Alright, now we're getting started. Umineko, episode 1. Welcome to Rokkenjima. The Golden Witch extends her heartfelt greetings. Please take it easy and relax for the time being. There's no need to think overly hard about any of this. Quietly accept all that is about to happen. That is all that's being asked of you. The difficulty level is standard. You might as well at least start by taking the easy road.
Yeah, it's very suspicious, Nate.
More than a little bit.
My God, it's Battler. Fuck you, dude.
So,
I don't know why I hate you so much, but I hate you so much.
Yes. Kat has not gone through any of the episodes. I've gone through episode 1 to most of episode 3. Kat just got, truncated stuff that I've told them.
Bits and pieces.
And they decided they side with the witch, and Battler sucks.
Of course I side with the witch. I'm me.
I mean, point. This story is very obviously fictional and fantastic in nature. Any resemblance to existing individuals, organizations, or locations are merely happenstance. Yeah, which it's understandable because while most of this takes place in the 80s, there is some flashback to Nazi Germany. So I think that's part of it. So we've got this fellow here.
That makes sense.
Again. So you still haven't overcome your love of alcohol.
Absolutely not. Alcohol's great.
The old physician let out a sigh as he removed the stethoscope. 2 elderly men could be seen in the dimly lit study, which was filled with dust and sickly sweet stench.
Oh, here's a fantastic little thing. This is my first visual novel ever.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yep, I've never actually gone through one. I've seen bits and pieces of them before, but never actually, sat down and, did the thing.
Fair enough. In the corner of this room, which was much larger than what most people would call a study, was an expensive-looking bed, a man undergoing medical examination, and the physician conducting it. There was also what appeared to be a servant watching over the whole scene.
This the death of the asshole?
Not his death.
Okay. So just some bits about the asshole. Gotcha.
Yep.
I can't remember his first name. Kinzo?
Yep, it's Kinzo. The bottle is my friend. It is no less of a friend than you, and it has stood by my side even longer than you have.
Damn, dude.
As the man bearing his chest for the stethoscope rearranged his clothes, he spoke unapologetically.
Kinzo-san. あんたの体が一見調子がいいのは薬が効いてるからだ。
The body only appears to be well thanks to the effects of the medicine.
だが、そんな強い酒を飲み続けては薬の意味もなくなってしまう。
However, if you continue to drink such strong spirits, the treatment will become meaningless.
悪いことは言わん。
Trust my judgment.
酒は控えなさい。
Refrain from drinking.
忠告の気持ちだけはありがたくいただいておく。
I thank you, though only for the sentiment.
我が友よ。
My friend.
源氏。もう一杯頼む。
Genji, another glass.
心持ち薄めでな。
Water it down slightly.
南條の顔も立ててやれ。
That way, Nanjo can save face.
よろしいのですか?
For Dr. Nanjo.
Yeah. Are you quite sure? After eyeing both the master who demanded alcohol and the family doctor who purveyed it, Genji, the old butler, silently gave a slight nod and carried out his master's orders faithfully. Family Doctor Nanjo let out a deep sigh once again as he watched the butler busy himself alongside the liquor cabinet. There was a smell filling up the room. Sweet, poisonous aroma felt as though it melted the heart, if not the soul itself. It was the smell
Venomous
of
green drink.
venomous green drink. Absinthe, possibly.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Gin, maybe.
Yeah.
Absinthe is fucking gross. I hate it.
Yeah, it's, from what I understand, very strong stuff, though. You are my close friend, and we have known each other for quite a long time. I am deeply grateful for all that you have done to keep me alive this long.
私は何も医者としての忠告など金蔵さんは全く聞いてくれませんからな
I have done nothing. After all, you never listen to my advice as your physician.
お前とて差し間違えた手を待てと言っても聞かぬではないか
And you never listen when I warn you about a mistaken chess move you're about to make.
ならば愛子というものだろう
It seems only fair, does it not?
Kinzo, one of these things is not like the other.
Yeah, really.
すまぬ薬は切れても死にはせんがこいつが切れては死んでしまうでな
Thank you. I wouldn't die if I ran out of your medicine, but I would die if I ran out of this. Disregarding Nanjo, who had his face set in a resigned expression, Kinzo took the glass that Genji was holding out to him. Very few people would associate that venomous color with an alcoholic beverage.
Yeah, most people never had absinthe.
正直に話せ私の命はあとどの程度持つ
Nanjo, be honest with me. How much time do I have left?
どのくらいと申し上げればそのお酒を控えてくれますやら
Well now, how short must I make it to convince you to set the bottle aside? Nanjo once again let out a sigh of resignation. Then he finally spoke to Kinzo as the latter swirled his glass.
長くはありませんな
You don't have long.
どの程度に長くないというのだ
What precisely do you mean by that?
この
You don't die, bitch. That's what he means.
Let us illustrate it with the chess game
金
here.
蔵さんの詰めもなかなかですが私のキングを追い詰めるには至りますまい
You have very nearly achieved checkmate, but you have not yet cornered my king. Nanjo's gaze was directed at a side table with a massive chess set placed on top of it. Judging by the positioning of the pieces, the game seemed to be entering its final stage. Black's rook and bishop were cutting deeply into enemy lines. White's king had already been castled and cornered, so that even an amateur could see the match would reach its conclusion before too long.
At least that second part is actually true of the art on screen.
Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about that, but yeah.
Wait, no. Hold on.
Um,
No, it's not castled. Yeah, the king is just sitting right there in the middle. It's not castled at all. Fuck that.
huh. Alright, fair enough, yeah.
Please make the art match, damn it. I don't know how I mistook a bishop for a fucking king there, or rather a rook, and then the fucking rook for the king. This is what I get for doing this like an hour and a half after I wake up.
Yeah.
A pretty good description of the board, though. I can mostly imagine how it would be going from there.
Yeah. Every time Nanjo came to give a medical examination, both of them would make a few moves. Nanjo was hinting that Kinzo would most likely fall into his eternal sleep before this game could be concluded.
You're right, or you ever hear of show, don't tell? Sorry. The peanut gallery again.
I mean, it's technically just explaining the previous thing to the audience.
Yeah, I know, but there's no need for that explanation. It's kind of... That's what I'm saying. It's like sometimes you just need to like let it sit. And if people miss it, they miss it.
Fair enough. This was the second visual novel this person ever wrote.
That makes sense.
These were less the words of a physician than they were the words of an old friend.
普通の患者になら遺言を書くよう勧める頃です。
Were you a normal patient, I would recommend that you write a will at this point.
Well, you hadn't been recommending that up until now? Come on, man.
私の屍をどのように食い散らかせとハゲタカどもに指南する書き置きなのか。
And what is a will, Nanjo? Handwritten instructions to the vultures on how to devour and scatter my corpse? Yeah, does not think too fondly of his next of kin.
Maybe you shouldn't have fucking had them then.
Yeah. But, you know, fucking right-wing society, gotta have babies.
If you're gonna hate your kids, don't fucking have them.
いや、
Rude ass.
違いますぞ。遺言は
Granted, from what I know of the family, like, none of them are really redeemable, so...
遺産分配のことだけを書くものじゃない。
No, not at all. As the word suggests, it is a way for you to record your will for later generations. It is far more than just a means to divide up your inheritance. Which can be true. I mean, most people do care about the inheritance, but if you have some things left unsaid, sure.
Like boot to the head?
Yes, like boot to the head.
Bequeath a lifetime supply of ice cream. And a boot to the head. It's looks like a pissed off honey badger. He placed inside of his pants or something like that? I don't remember.
Yeah, it is a
It's been a while.
Yeah, it is a great old bit of British comedy. I found out about it through the Ace Attorney uppering of it.
I think that's the first time I saw it as well, but I don't think the person that sent it to me was into Ace Attorney. I think he just thought it was really funny, so...
Yeah, because that's a video older than YouTube, I do believe.
Yeah, the original. It's like 80s or 90s or something like that.
遺産分配以外に書くこととは何なのか。
Oh, and apart from the division of the inheritance, what might I write of?
心残りややり残し受け継いでほしいことや伝えたいこと何でもいいんです。
You might write of your regrets, matters you have left unfinished, things you want to pass down to others, or merely matters you wish to communicate. Anything you want.
受け継いでほしいことや伝えたいことだとバカバカしい。この後ろ宮金蔵後に残したいことも伝えたいこともただの一つもないわ。裸一貫で生まれた。そして裸一貫で死ぬ。バカ息子どもに残したいものなど何一つないわ。 もしも訪れる最後が今日だとしても今だとしても私は何も恐れることなくその死の運命を受け入れようではないか。全てを築き上げた富も名誉も全てだ。それらは私と共に築き上げられ私と共に失われよう。
Yeah, but then you could use your will as a way to like fuck over your kids if you really wanted to. Like that's what. Come on, man.
Once again, boot to the head.
Yeah, exactly. This is like instead of leaving anyone anything, just like leave behind just a shit ton of insults, and then just will the remains of your estate to like some fucking charity organization or something. I don't know.
Yeah, something.
Or just like give your butler orders to set it all on fucking fire.
Yeah? Things I want to pass down to others or matters I wish to communicate? Ridiculous. I, Ushiro Miya Kinzo, have not one thing I want to tell or leave behind. I was born with nothing. I will die with nothing. There is nothing I wish to leave to my foolish children. Even if the end were to come today, even if it were to come right now, I would accept that fate, death without a trace of fear. I created everything, my fortune, my prestige, everything. Those were built up by me, and they will be lost along with me. There is nothing I wish to leave behind. Nothing.
To
Be fair to this guy, Vijaki. His kids are assholes.
They are.
As far as I'm aware, they're not great.
Yeah,
they're not great people.
Yeah,
neither is he, to be fair too. But you know, this entire family's fucked up.
Yeah, this entire family's pretty fucked. Some of the grandkids are okay though.
それが魔女と私の契約だ。私が死ぬ時に全てを失う。初めからその約束だからこそ何も残らぬのだ。何も残せぬのだ。
He made his fortune like because of the witch, I guess.
Yep, that'll be more thoroughly explained later. After I'm gone, I care not if it all goes to waste. Desire no tomb, no coffin. Those were the terms of the contract I made with the witch. When I die, everything will be lost. That has been part of the promise since the beginning, and that's why nothing will be left behind. There is nothing I can leave behind. After reaching a furious crescendo, Kinzo suddenly slumped over. His expression was limp and feeble, as though an evil spirit had possessed him and none left.
Mood.
だが未練はある。残すものは何一つないが、残したまま行けぬものが一つだけある。
However, I do have one regret. I have nothing to leave behind. There is one thing I cannot leave undone.
それを書き記せばいい。
Would do well to write it down.
もちろん生きているうちにこなせればそれでいい。
Of course, it would be best if you could finish it before your time comes.
だが万一の時、残された者がそれを引き継いでくれる。
However, even if the worst happens, those who will come after you will carry it to completion.
自分に万一があっても必ずその心残りが解決できるように残していく。
You must leave behind your regrets so that they can be resolved even if you are unable to do so yourself.
それが遺言というものです。
That is the purpose of a will.
Phoenix. Shh.
And yeah, Japan is even less a fan of the undead than some cultures. Granted, none of them...
Where'd that come from? Where'd that come from?
Oh,
who mentioned undead?
Oh, unfinished business, basically, was what I was thinking about. You know, ghosts come about through unfinished business,
Oh, yeah,
that kind of thing. Yeah, this is the thing with ADHD. Just like, I went from A to Q and didn't decide to explain
Phoenix.
anything.
My son, why are you like this? Yes, you're very handsome. Why are you here?
And for those watching from my side of things, Ember and Phoenix are cats.
No, Phoenix is my very large boy. So big that like when I pick him up, he like covers most of my torso. And he likes to jump in my lap sometimes and then just sit there and squirm instead of laying down, so he's not allowed up here most of the time. Get out of here. Don't look at me like that, boy. You're the one that did mass. Shithead.
When Nanjo tried to gently pat Kinzo's shoulder, the dying man flew into sudden rage and batted away Nanjo's hand.
ダメだダメだダメだ
It's useless.
私が生きているうちでなくてはならぬ。私は死ねば魂はすぐに契約の悪魔に食らわれて消え去ってしまう。
Yeah, what Jockey said. Muda. It must be done while I'm still alive. At the moment of my death, my soul will be devoured by the demons of the contract and wiped out of existence.
死後の世界も安らぎも私にはないのだ。
For me, there will be no peace or another world after death.
だから全ては
Maybe don't make deals with witches and demons then, you fucking weirdo.
That's why everything must be completed before I go.
だから遺言状など私には必要ない。
That's why a will has no meaning for me.
そのようなものを書く暇があったなら。
And even if I had a chance to write such a thing,
あったなら
I did have a chance.
私は見たい。
I'd want to see it.
もう一度見たい。
I'd want to see it one more time.
ベアトリーチェの微笑む顔がもう一度見たい。
I want to see Beatrice's smiling face one last time.
はあ、ベアトリーチェ、なぜに私をこれほどまでに拒むのか。
Oh, Beatrice, why have you resisted me for so long? I'm not gonna enjoy reading these lines.
I'm like, I'm sitting over here like knowing who I'm supposed to voice going,
I'll return everything you have given me. I am prepared to lose
だ
everything.
から最後にもう一度だけお前の微笑を見せてくれ。
So please show me your smile just one more time.
ベアトリーチェ、頼む交渉だ。聞こえているはずだ。お前はそういう女だ。
Out of your gut.
Beatrice, I beg of you, you must be able to hear my plea. That's the kind of woman you are.
頼む。姿を見せてくれ。
I beg of you, show yourself to me.
いるんだろう。
You're here, aren't you?
聞こえていながら姿を消し、今もこの部屋のどこかで私を嘲笑っているのだろう。
Fucking deserved.
You're standing there, invisible, listening to every word I say, and even now you're mocking me from somewhere in this room, aren't you?
私の前にもう一度現れてくれ。そして微笑んでくれ。
Please appear before me once more and smile.
なじってくれてもいい。望むならお前の手で私の命を奪ってくれてもいい。
Feel free to scold me, even snatch away my life by your own hands if you so desire.
このまま一人で死にたくない。
I don't want to die alone like this.
お前の微笑みを
You made a deal,
再
buddy.
び一目見るまでは絶対に死ねないのだ。
I cannot let myself die until I've seen your smile just one more time.
That would be hilarious, Jockey.
It would. Jockey is a mutual friend of me and Steamo.
Right on. Yes, I gotta I got allergies. I do, in fact, need to make a cup of tea to take my allergy meds because I forgot to do that earlier.
Alright, man.
But continue on. I'm gonna keep my headphones on.
Okay.
Good.
この命はくれてやる。お前にくれてやる。
I offer up this life of mine. I offer it up to you.
5章だ。
He already owns it, though.
ベアトリーチ
I'm begging you. Now, I'm not doing that because the voice actor does it much better than
Oh, he has fucking up pronunciation pretty badly.
me. Yep, but everybody does that one.
It's so weird. It's not.
Jockey. Jockey going simp.
You have no idea the depths yet.
Yeah, this only gets more fucked up as we go.
Let's just say as far as I know, there is a real, demonstrable reason why Beatrice is not showing up for this man.
Yeah. I forgot it did that.
It reminded me of that video you sent me earlier about the visual novel music.
Yeah, I'm remembering that now.
Gods. Like, there's no reason for for visual novels to have music that goes this hard.
Actually, there is, to sell the soundtracks. Yeah, that's about right.
That's true. Yeah. I actually recognize some of those fucking magic circles. Oh my gods.
Oh yeah, they actually did their homework on this.
Oh, I think that was part of the Lesser Key of Solomon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, especially that scorpion. I'd have to dig out my notes to like compare it, but. Hello, my name is Kat. I am your local fucking mythology nerd and occultism fucking geek. I can recognize most types of old magic by sight, which is kind of. There's a reason why I'm voicing Beatrice.
Yep. Well, that, and also I wasn't about to make you voice Battler, giving your opinions on him.
I'd make him sound so awful.
You would.
時代ってやつは進歩してんな。たったの20分で着いちまったんだから驚いちまうぜ。
Whoa, things sure move with the times. I can't believe we'll be able to make the trip in just 20 minutes.
I can feel it in my soul. This is Battler, isn't it?
It is.
Ah! God damn it! All right. Just like from the way he's talking.
I couldn't help but scratch my
Fuck.
head and marvel at how far things have come in recent years. We used to go by boat. Back then, we were all forced to endure nearly half a day of swaying back and forth over the sea before we reached Nijima. Things have gotten so much more convenient these days. Yo! Hey, Steamo.
Hey, Captioner, I don't think Mel said HTML.
Oh, that's fine. With my old username, it would do stuff like when I was saying Malkuth.
I can imagine.
Yeah, like that. It would do something like that, or like Milk Tooth was another one.
Milk tooth. Hey, Nate, write that one down in your notes. I don't know what for, but milk tooth's got to be good for something.
It's gotta fit in somewhere. But yeah.
God damn it! I almost said it's got that kind of bite to it without even thinking about it, and then, fuck. I'm glad I caught it though.
Yeah, but this is October of 1986 is where this is taking place. So passenger planes were still relatively new, especially in Japan. Still, I've never been on a plane this small. I've flown in a huge jumbo jet before, but this will be my first experience in such a tiny one. It's gonna shake, isn't it? They say smaller boats shake more than big ones, so I guess the same rule probably applies to planes.
I'm fairly certain it does, actually.
Surprised. That's just fair, man.
Never been on like a really small plane before, but you know.
大丈夫だよ、バトラー君。
Don't worry, Battler.
船に比べたら全然揺れは少ないよ。
Takes much less than that boat did.
うわジョージの兄貴かよ。
Is that you, George?
急に勘弁してくれよ。今ので寿命が3年縮んじまったぜ。
Don't scare me
Served.
like that. You just shaved 3 years off my life.
つうか、揺れってなんすか？
Anyway, what's shaking got to do with anything?
別に俺飛行機も揺れんのかな、まさか落ちたりしねえかななんて夢にも思っちゃいないぜ。
I don't think I'm actually scared of the plane shaking or maybe falling out of the sky or something, right?
Jump cut to Battler screaming on the plane.
Yeah. Oh, of course not. My mistake.
もう小さい頃とは違うよね。
See, you've changed a lot since we last saw you.
あれから6年も経ってるんだし。
After all, it's been 6 years since then.
もうバトラ君も子供じゃないか。
You're not a kid anymore.
I can feel the amateur dialogue.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's fine though. It's fine.
じゃあ、兄貴はタバコも酒も OK ってかよ。
Ish, and here you are old enough to smoke and
タバ
drink.
コは興味ねえけど、酒は飲んでみたいよな。
Got no interest in smoking, but I've always wanted to try some
Battler,
beer.
you're one of the children of an extremely rich man. I doubt you've
兄貴なんか、
Japan.
おじさんの
Japan.
遺伝子あんなら相当飲めちゃいそうだけど。
Well, if you've got your dad's genes, I bet you can hold your own when it comes to drinking, right?
僕の場合は好きで飲むというよりは仕事で飲む方が多いか
So
ら
like
ね。
disclaimer here, I don't hate these characters as much as I'm playing it up to be, nor do I hate amateur writing as much as I play it up to be.
Yep.
I actually quite like this sort of thing.
Well, I usually drink for business rather than pleasure, which is very common in Japan.
Yeah.
Like, super common. Like, you will go out to drink with your boss. Almost certainly. If you're, like, somebody who has a boss, which most people do. Your boss is gonna ask you out to go for drinks, and you better go.
日本のビジネスは酒抜きでは難しいよ。
And yeah, it's pretty hard to do business in Japan without it.
そうっすよね。
My neck feels like fucking Rice Krispies, dude. Mm. I'm tilting my head and I just feel the crunchy, crackly bullshit in my neck.
だから俺も今晩の夕食あたりに初挑戦してみようかなって。
That's exactly right. That's why I never miss a chance to get in some practice.
ダメだよ。バトラ君はまだ未成年じゃないか。
No good, Battler. You're still a minor.
未成年の飲酒は発育に悪影響を及ぼす可能性が。って。
Don't you?
I do really dislike that part of Japanese like publishing things, like how you can't have a minor even like admit to having drank before they became an adult, because it's just it makes these ridiculous situations where like this guy is the child of an extraordinarily wealthy and powerful man, and like he's saying that he's never had a drink before, and I'm just like, yep, bullshit.
Yeah, you get situations like that. You get situations like the fucking chaotic party from Tales of Berseria, yet nope, Velvet can't drink because she's like 17.
Yeah, and it's they have no problem like dressing Velvet up in like literal rags, but she can't drink for whatever fucking reason, even though she's not even human.
Yep.
Like, fucking get out of here, dude. And this is why you always run into those situations in isekai shit, or fantasy in general, actually, where people are just like, "Oh no, I'm still a minor," even though like in the country that they're now in, they're not. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah. And yeah, it's definitely a double standard where, oh yeah, we'll have, you know, all the violence and all the sexuality, but, you know, heavens forbid that a minor drink.
Even if it's just like a weak beer or whatever that you can get out of a fucking vending machine.
Yeah.
こんだけタッパがありゃ俺の発育は十分っすから。むしろちょいと身長縮めた方が服が探しやすいくらい。
Come on, I'm tall enough already. In fact, it'd be easier to find clothes if I shrunk a little.
You're not even that much taller than your brother here, Battler.
Cousin. But
Also, who
big
the fuck
difference.
named you, Battler?
Fucking Rudolph.
Hey, Amber. How you doing, buddy?
Or possibly, like, it had to be greenlit by Kinzo or something. I don't know.
Who knows? I certainly fucking don't. Original character, Fate Servant class. That's pretty good. That's a good one.
Yeah. Puffed my chest out proudly. Until I hit my growth spurt, my height was below average in my class. But then I grew and grew, and before I knew it, I'd passed 180 centimeters. 5'11", which is fucking tall in Japan.
It's slightly taller than average even in America and like Norway and shit, so
Yeah.
it's basically a fucking giant in Japan. I'm pretty sure the average height over in Japan is like 5'6" or 5'7". Five foot seven. Fuck yeah. I am a genius that remembers good things and has a good brain.
Yeah, there we go.
I think it's the same in Korea. Stop it.
I guess I have all that muscle training and those shady mail order performance enhancing drugs to thank for that. I almost forgot about that line.
Oh yeah, you can't drink, but you take shady mail order performance enhancing drugs.
Or then, I never dreamed I'd shoot 10 centimeters above George, who'd reached his peak height early on.
saying about this? It doesn't make sense that he hasn't drank yet.
Mm-hmm. Damn, I'll bet
Man
my
ordered
relatives
fucking,
all
like,
say-
testosterone off fucking wish.com.
Look how big you've grown, Battler, or something. It's also embarrassing. I wish they'd just give me a break. You're having a fantasy in your head right now, Battler. Come on.
See, look. We said earlier that there's no real reason for me to actually hate Battler, but, like, look at him. Look at him.
He is definitely the dumb of ass.
It's all coming back to me. My reasons for hating him. Anyway, he's a good character. I just don't like him as a person.
Anyway, my name Battler. Well, it's pretty damn weird, don't you think? Gotta wonder what my parents were thinking with that. I've never met anyone who could read it right the first time. Usually get called Sentoku. Sorry, but that's not even close. So yeah, for our mostly English-speaking viewers, basically all of their names are weird versions of old kanji to make English names work.
Yep. Mostly Japanese is a phonetic language, and the letters that they use are very accurate to what the sounds are. But then you write like proper nouns in kanji usually, and not the normal alphabet. So people's names can have like 4 or 5 different ways they can be read.
Yep, exactly.
Which is what he's talking about there. Weird that his surname isn't all kanji. It's actually mostly the hiragana.
Problem is my given name is made up the characters for fight and person, and it's pronounced Battler.
It's not even actually a word. Damn it. It's fine. It's fine. I'm calm. I'm cool. I'm collected.
Put it all together, and you get Ishiromiya Battler. Pretty crazy, right? It's crazy enough that my parents decided to call me that, but it's even more crazy that some government worker let them make it official.
Yeah, currently it's actually a word in New Zealand and Australia. So
Yeah, it's something, and people have named their children weirder things.
Ember, my friend, my son, I'm gonna need you to stop laying on that cable.
Both groups are at the top of my must-kill list. Oh, yeah, Jockey pointed out, yeah, like the baby named Dovikin.
It's fucking ridiculous. Why the every time I hear about that, I just like go on like a internal screaming match. This is like, why Skyrim isn't even that fucking good.
Yeah.
Like, I get people like it. Hell, I have played a fair bit of it myself, and I liked it well enough, but it's not good enough to name a fucking kid after.
Yeah, this is, one of my cousins. His name is George. It more is like Georgie in,
That's how they pronounce it anyway.
as far as the, actual Japanese characters. He is 5 years older than me, so he must be turning 23 this. is the Ushiromiya cousins consists of 2 boys and 2 girls. I ended up playing with George all the time. And because I've always thought of him as a big brother, I still call him Aniki today.
しかし、バトラ君は大きくなったな。
Ooh, Battler, look how big you've gotten.
男子3日を合わざれば刮目して待つべしとは、よう言うたもんや。
You know what they say, leave a boy for 3 days and you'll hardly recognize him.
Do they say that though?
かしらね。
'Cause I've never fucking heard that before.
ルドルフも高校くらいまでは身長そんなになかったのよ。成長期が遅い方が最終的
Lady,
に
do you
は
have
伸
a
びるかもね。
tattoo of your house crest?
Yes.
Why? What the fuck?
Must be in his blood. Rudolph wasn't that tall either until his high school years. Perhaps people even end up taller if their growth spurt comes late. And yeah, it's probably ego, like Gaki's saying.
Yeah, I just... There are so much better ways to, like... I don't know. Whatever. It's fine. If I keep going, we're never gonna get forward in this. It's fine. It's fine. How do you know she doesn't have one, though, Jockey? I'm the kind of person that would get a tattoo of their house crest. I would not put it past them to have, like, a wound tattoo or a tramp stamp of their house crest.
Yeah, I could almost see
I mean,
it.
they're even wearing it, like, on all their clothes. Even Battler is.
Yep, and
Battler
that...
over here with a fucking zip-up goddamn suit jacket. I forgot about that. Oh!
Yeah, like, we're not looking at her derriere, so we don't know for a fact he doesn't have a tramp stamp.
I don't think the clothes that she's got on right now would actually show us anyway, but
I
still.
mean, no, she's wearing a very nice dress, in my opinion, actually. Which also consists of the crest, as you'll notice.
Like, multiple times, in fact.
Yep. It's nothing special.
Yeah,
And
Battler's jacket. Like, it took me a while to notice Battler's jacket, too, Jockey.
Yeah, like, noticing that the crest is there, and that part, they'll get into it, is a tradition. For this family.
The inverse crucifix fucking zipper on it is just...
Yeah, it's something, alright.
I just noticed it the first time the other day, too, and
Oh yeah, and then it's
It
got
hurts.
those possibly only aesthetic buttons there for no reason up the side here.
Oh yeah, that's absolutely just aesthetic, because you can see that there's no,
Yeah, holes on the
there's
opposite
no holes
side.
for it on the other side, so...
そうや。バトラ君は分かっとる。
And even if there were holes on it, like, the vast majority of suit jackets do not button up all the way anyway. So those are just studs there for aesthetics.
Mm-hmm.
Which is fine. You can have a studded jacket. I don't give a shit. Plenty of people have studded jackets. That's actually a thing. A zip-up suit jacket, however, is just like tacky as fuck.
わしもまさか今日会社社長なんて一国一城の主になれるとは思わんかった。
Exactly. Battler here knows how it works. Real men win or lose based on what they've got on the inside. Can't ever forget to keep up your training and discipline. Gotta do that, wait very, very alertly for the perfect moment and strike. Now, I never even imagined that I'd become the company president I am today, master of my own domain.
そうや。あの無一文の焼け野原がわしの原点なんや。
Yep, to think I've come this far after starting out penniless and ruined.
I want to rip on the amateur dialogue writing, but I just had the thought that this may actually be on purpose. that they're like showing, not telling so much because they're supposed to be like these vain dickheads that are constantly like trying to one up each other.
Yeah.
So as much as this is, it still does just like feel like an exposition dump, though.
Yeah, it's one of those things where also they're trying to limit our information. So we only get surface level stuff, and then we'll see them later on. More details and details of what they're like outside of this narrative. Like, basically the start, October 4th. Like, we'll get some flashbacks.
Yeah. I just mean like on the author's part. Like I feel like this could potentially be on purpose. How they're like, are like humble bragging, not really humble bragging, but you know.
Yeah,
You know what I mean.
I get what you're saying. The stout, plump old guy is George's dad, Uncle Hideyoshi. He's the husband of my dad's older sister. In other words, we're not
Hideyoshi, huh?
blood related.
It's like running into a dude named Washington.
Yeah.
Hideyoshi is from Jigoku Sendai. This is the Warring States period. He used to be a servant of Oda Nobunaga, but eventually became like shogun of on his own. Not for very fucking long though.
Yeah, was it that he betrayed Oda and then Oda's rival is the one who took over for good?
I do not remember.
And his family line until the shogunate fell.
Toyotomi Hideyoshi. Let's see. I don't actually remember. Oda Nobunaga. Nonji incident. That's when Nobunaga died. No, Mitsuhide was the guy that betrayed him.
Oh, that's right, that's right. And then Hideyoshi dealt with Mitsuhide, but then Hideyoshi was dealt with by... Why am I blanking?
Tokugawa Ieyasu.
Yeah, Tokugawa. Yeah, Tokugawa, that's it.
Let's see. Let me... Shut up, cat.
He's nice to children, sociable all the time, and even quick to give out some spending money to us kids. Simply put, he's an awesome uncle. He speaks in an odd and very noticeable Kansai dialect, but he's actually a natural-born Kanto man himself. Apparently, impressions are everything in the business world, so speaking in a different style than other people is an act that makes him stick out more. However, I hear he gets embarrassed when talking with an earshot of real Kansai person, so he switches back to standard Japanese. I don't really get it, but he's definitely an interesting person.
すぐ自分の自慢話に入っちゃうのがたまに傷なのよね。およしなさいな。バトラ君、耳にタコができちゃってるんだから。ねえ。
If only you weren't so quick to brag about your life story. That's enough for now, I think. Sure, Battler's getting tired of it, aren't you?
そんなことねえっすよ。でもいいじゃないっすか。
Blah.
語れる武勇伝があるって
You're
のは
okay, cat.
男としてかっこいいことだと思いますよ。俺なんか語るような話は何もないっすからね。
Nope, not at all. Nothing wrong with that. I think it's pretty cool for a man to have some stories he can brag about. I don't have anything like that at all. Well, yeah, A, you're young. B, you've never had to actually struggle in your life.
Yeah.
Which is at least...
Have we heard this lady's name yet?
Not yet.
Okay. Just making sure I didn't forget it.
Nope, not yet.
あら、そうバトラ君なんか、そのルックスでいっぱい女の子を泣かせてそうだから、さぞかし武勇伝が多そうだと思ったんだけど。
Would you lay down, cat?
Oh, really? I'd imagine a man with your looks would leave girls crying left and right. I can't believe you have nothing at all to brag about.
Because you get to lay down doesn't mean you get to fucking stick your needles in my knee, okay?
情報弾じゃないっすよ。そんな妙な武勇伝あるわけないじゃない。むしろ紹介してほしいくらいっす。
What are you talking about? You're joking, right? Of course nothing weird like that's ever happened to me. Heck, I wish it would.
God damn it, Battler. God damn it, Battler. Ah!
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna find out there's some misogyny in this family, and some internalized misogyny.
Ara, あるんでしょ、武勇伝。おばさんにも後で教えてね。ジョージったら、そういう浮ついた話が全然ないんだから。
Come on, you aren't fooling anyone. You must tell your aunt all about it later. After all, nothing of that sort ever happens to you.
Yeah, just go ahead and, like, insult your son, like, right there. Ava, okay.
And it's kind of like Aba.
That's how it's written, at least. Yeah.
As far as
Because there's no V.
Yeah. He's my dad's older sister. He and Uncle Hideyoshi are a pair of jokers, and they've always teased me back as far as I can remember.
Right, Battler is Kinzo's grandson, not... Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Rudolph is his father.
Yeah. Just like for a second there, I read that and went, hold on. Why do you look like you're 30 then? It's like, I know we're working on anime rules, but also, if you're older than Kenzo...
Yeah, this sometimes made them a bit hard to get along with when I was small. Well, I guess the events of the last 30 seconds prove that they can still be hard to get along with.
Would be hilarious if it was actually, like, diegetic, that he's got this fucking, like, dialogue running in his head like he's narrating his life.
A little bit.
I've actually thought about, like, playing around with that for a comic.
That would be fun. Even so, George's family is interesting and fun, and they seem to get along just fine. Eesh, that's pretty much the total opposite of my family.
バトラ君、ルドルフさんを見なかった？
Butler, have you seen Rudolph?
あ、さっきお手洗いに行くのを見ましたけど、まだ出てこないんすか？こりゃぽっくりいっちまったかな。ナムナムナムナム。
The fuck is that sound, Battler? What the fuck is that?
I've got to look that up now, but
I'm guessing it's gotta be like a Buddhist prayer or something, but ugh.
yeah, I think it is a prayer. Oh yes, it's part of a chant at funerals. Looks like.
Yeah, okay. I recognize it now. Now that it's actually like split up, I recognize it.
Yeah.
I thought he was just making a fucking weird sound for no reason.
He headed off to the bathroom a while ago. He not back yet? Huh, maybe the poor geezer dropped dead.
自分のお父さんにそんな言い方はないでしょ。まあ、あの人のお手洗いが長いのは今に始まったことじゃないしね。
That's no way to talk
Your
about
voice does not match your design, lady.
Still, this isn't the first time he's taken so long in the bathroom.
I can normally accept just about like any voice for any design, but that does not fit. At least not to my brain.
Like, do you feel like her voice doesn't match her face?
Just like her total design and what few screenshots I've seen of her
Okay, fair enough.
from you.
ああ、あんにゃろは昔っからそうです。雑誌持ってトイレに入るのやめてほしいんすよね。何の雑誌持ち込んで何をしてんだか。
What the fuck is wrong with you, Battler? Why would you? That's a joke you make with your friends, not your family. Not like your aunt and your cousins and your uncle. All right, what?
Yeah. Yeah, the guy's always been that way. Does he really have to take a magazine with him every time he needs to take a dump? And what on earth is he doing in there with those particular magazines?
あら、そんな心配は全然
My
不
soul
要
has
よ。
left my body.
私と一緒にいる以上、そんなこと一人でさせやしないもの。
This is your mother?
No, stepmom.
Okay. Even worse, but you know,
At least not blood related.
I guess.
Oh, you don't need to worry about that at all. Since we've been together, I haven't let him do that on his own.
And he's laughing about it.
後でじっくり聞きたいっ
Oh
す
my
ね。
god.
親父め、玉まで握られてグー
My hatred for this man grows.
He does eventually stop making jokes like this because the situation gets serious, but yeah, we're gonna feel that way for a while. I'll have to get the juicy details later. Sounds like Dad's got his balls in an iron grip.
握っとかないとどういうことになるか、よーくわかってるでしょ。
You know exactly what would happen with that man if I didn't keep a tight grip, don't you?
いやいや、まったく。あのクソ親父の手綱は、キリエさんにしか無理っすよ。実の息子の俺も、喜んで譲っちゃいますわ。
No kidding, you're the only one capable of reining in that old bastard. As his son, I'm more than happy to let you take over.
ええ、任せてちょうだい。そういうの得意なのよ。
Yes, leave it all to me. After all, that's my specialty. This woman is my father's wife.
Yes, Battler. I think we got that part.
Her name is Ira. As you can probably tell from our conversation, she's not my real mother. She's basically my stepmother. Not basically, she is your stepmother.
Yeah, not basically, literally. That's what the word means.
My real mom died 6 years ago, and Kiri is the woman Dad married afterward.
It's probably Kyrie.
As
It sounds like even like the people that get married into the family have Western names.
No, Hideyoshi has a normal name. I mean, not a normal name, but it's a Japanese name.
Yeah, that's like the only person so far.
Yeah, because that's the only person that's outside the family.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough.
It's understandable for someone my age. I could never bring myself to call his new wife Mom.
Okay, so quick lesson for all of you aspiring writers out there. When you have that line right there, it's understandable for someone my age. You put a comma and a but there, not just a hard stop and then start the new line. It flows way better. This is stilted and awkward.
Little bit.
Stepmom help.
Oh, that's good. That's good. And I have to wonder if that's a failure of the original writer or just a failure of the translators.
It could be either. That's one of the reasons why I don't like reading translated novels, is because of issues like that. Translators are not usually also writers, and you kind of have to be if you're going to be translating like creative works.
Yeah, absolutely. And I doubt
It's at least with like
using the word son on this massive kid who's no relation to her at all.
yeah, at least with like academic or more like casual conversational stuff, you can just use the actual definition of things and sort of like mostly get it, you know. But like when you're doing creative work, you have to make sure like everything flows properly as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We aren't little kids. We know there's nothing to be gained by fighting, so we decided that we wouldn't force ourselves to pretend that we were family. I decided to act a bit more frank with her, acting as though she's a friendly neighbor instead.
I wouldn't say localization is a lost art, Jockey. It's just not everyone has the money to hire a proper localizer.
Yeah,
It's expensive.
yeah, it
Because
is.
like they have good skills and they know it.
Yeah,
And it should be
absolutely.
expensive because they deserve to be paid properly.
Yep, exactly. And, someone who wrote a visual novel and showed it off at Comic-Con, which is a doujinshi meetup, a very popular one, mind you, but still.
You know.
Is it really going to have the money for that? Hell, didn't have the money for an artist originally.
And we can tell.
Well, not
me.
I mean, not with this
Hold
art,
on.
but
Well, that's what I'm doing right now. I'm gonna go grab the other picture
yeah.
so I can like show it up. Let's see. There we go. Probably tab back in. There we go. Might be hard for you to see, Jockey, because it's on my stream, not Mal's, but
Well, I'll take
we're using we're using the PS3 art as a mod for the PC version. But the original stuff is
it's something.
it's definitely something.
Let's see. Guess I can just grab it real quick. Make an element of the stream. Yeah, this wonderfulness. So the original PC art, which the author made themselves. In this picture, you can't see the giant mitten hands, which is also probably why Battler's hand's in his pocket.
Constantly. All the time.
Yeah. The new PC version, which is not so lovingly called the Pachinko version, and then the PS3, which we're using.
Oh, it's bad. The PC version. That's so bad.
Yeah, the new PC version, which is what is available on Steam, as well as the original art.
I don't. It would be very funny to go through this with the new PC art because everything's so goofy and weird that I wouldn't be able to take it seriously.
Yeah, but that would kind of
Like when
when
when his aunt was telling him that he looked like he was very handsome and everything, if this was the face that I saw instead.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I was like, what? Are you sure? Man looks like a guitar pick.
Yeah. It's much easier if we just keep a little distance instead of forcing ourselves to act all close and making each other uncomfortable. Kyrie, has always been very open about all this, and thanks to that, we've been able to get along pretty well. Then, just when we were bad-mouthing Dad about being in the bathroom, the man himself came back, wiping his hands with a handkerchief.
バトラ
Wouldn't they have paper
Nanda,
towels
Oyaji.
in the bathroom even in the 80s?
Oh yeah, I mean, they would.
Weirdo. This guy's a weirdo.
Yeah, he is definitely smug and a bit of a dickhead. Hey, what's up, Dad? Ow!
耳つねんな耳
Pinch my ear? Ah!
また母さんと俺の悪口を言ってたろう。なんでお前には父親に対する尊敬の念ってやつがわかねえんだ
Hey,
Don't grab me by the ear. Like, even if it was like a close, like, family member, I would probably knee them in the groin.
yeah,
Just like, right in the grundle. Just dig my bony ass knees right up in there.
yeah. But, two things. Battler is wealthy and probably a little bit soft, even if he has some muscle to him. And second, he also relies on this man for support and money. So you
I don't know, I think I'd brave the desert at that point. Even me. You know the kind of shit I put up with.
Yeah.
I would definitely like brave the desert if someone did that to me instead. Be like, nah, fuck this.
Yeah, fair enough. So you've been
Even I have my lines.
Yeah. So you've been talking trash about me with Mom again, haven't you? What makes it so hard to show a little respect for your father, hmm?
Alright, Jockey. Have a good day at work. Get a good breakfast.
Alright. Yeah, we'll see you later, Jockey. Thanks for stopping by, and I will be making a VOD of this, so I'll definitely hand that over to you. I meant that hurt.
俺の耳伸ばしたって空は飛べねえぞおい
You can stretch my ear all you want, but I'm not gonna be able to fly. That hurts.
ほれほれ立って横丸書いて
Yeah, I would definitely be kicking this man in the balls.
倍率どんどんさらに2倍お父様失礼なこと言ってごめんなさいって言ってみろ
Come on up now. Up, up, down, down, left, right, left, right. Now say, Father, please forgive me for being so rude. Okay, I don't think the fucking Konami code is gonna get your kid to behave.
冗談じゃねえぜそういうのは会員制のお店でやりやがれってんだ
It is the fucking Konami code.
Yep.
Holy shit.
Like hell I will. Go find yourself some members-only store if you want it that much.
だから話せって
Let go. Old bastard is my dad. I think I'm pretty tall myself, but Dad's just about as tall as I am. It's no surprise Aunt Ava started talking about my blood when she saw my height. By the way, my height isn't the only thing I got from him.
I don't want to know, Battler.
It seems having
I don't want to know what else you inherited from your dad.
Seems having weird names runs in the family. My dad's full name is written basically Rudolfo. But it's intended to be pronounced Rudolph. He must hate grandfather for giving him that name. No,
Did
that's
Kinzo's obsession with like all this naming stuff come from Beatrice?
more than
Because
likely.
like she's her name and like
Obviously,
aesthetic overall is definitely like European.
yeah. He definitely has an obsession with European society, like Western society in general. Still, that's no reason to pass that weird naming tradition on to me.
What's Japan's laws on changing your name?
Huh?
Let's see.
Oh, this has nothing to do with our question, but Japan does not allow dual citizenship.
Yeah,
So if you
I saw that too.
Yeah, if you acquire Japanese citizenship, you lose the citizenship of your home country. Huh. Well, I'm sure there's a way to change your name. The Japanese legal system. It's not
You can, as far as I can see, like you can change your name if you're a Japanese citizen, but I can't tell if this is something that you can only do when you become a Japanese citizen, or
I'm sure there's some.
or if there's like a shit ton of restrictions on it, or what. I don't know.
Yeah. As the old bastard twisted my ear all over the place, and Eva snuck up behind him and grabbed his ear.
こらこらルドルフ息子に乱暴してるんじゃないわよ。
Hey,
Okay, that explains it. I just found what it is.
Oh, okay.
The reason why Battler has not changed his first name is probably because you can't change your name just because you don't like it. You have to have an inevitable reason to change your name, as allowed by the court. And I don't like it is not an inevitable reason.
Yeah. He'd probably have to argue either I'm being associated with somebody I don't want to be associated with to an extreme degree, like, say, like, I don't know, your father became a murderer.
Yeah, or like someone named you Hitler or whatever.
Hey, Rudolph.
Although I'm not sure that Japan would even allow that in the first place because there's already restrictions on what you can name your kids in Japan.
Yep. You should know better than to physically abuse your son.
I know I'm gonna hate you later, Ava, but good on you for stopping that.
Yeah, thank you very much. This scene perfectly illustrated the relationship between the prankster younger brother and the older sister who could deal out punishment to him despite his size. Yeah, I'm kind of familiar with the kind of person Rudolph is. A father who isn't really a father, but instead acts like a shitty older brother.
Eva 姉さん、そのくらいにしてあげてください。同じ分、後で反対の耳を私が引っ張って伸ばしておきますので。
I think that's good enough for now, Ava. I'll make sure to stretch out his other ear later on.
The U.S. does not have any laws about dual citizenship, but you can just have your citizenship revoked in the U.S. if you get foreign citizenship somewhere else, depending on where it is.
Yeah, I definitely knew about that. You can have it to basically any allied country just fine. It's just
Yeah, but like,
you know,
you know,
North Korea or something.
if you could get citizenship in North Korea as a foreigner, I would be very surprised.
There have been apparently people who have defected from the U.S. military and gone to North Korea for some godforsaken reason.
Only because they wanted the relative power of being military in a place that's really shit.
Yeah, basically. But yeah, so that's one of the ways you can do that, is if you're someone that North Korea can use, yeah, they'll go, sure.
Nate, that might be like a Canadian thing, specifically. Like, Canada doesn't want people to have dual citizenship rather than the US doesn't want to.
Yeah, I'd have to look into that, but that's way off track.
Yeah, that's... We are not immigration lawyers.
あら、
Do
ご
not
めんなさいね。
do not listen to us on this matter.
Yeah, no. We are amateur Googlelists at best.
It is
記
weird,
者
you
の引っ
know.
張る分も残しておかなくっちゃ。ルドルフ、後でたっぷりキリエさんにお仕置きしてもらいなさいね。
Oh, my apologies. I must leave some pulling for you to do, Kyrie-san. Rudolph, make sure Kyrie gives you lots and lots of punishment later on, okay?
たく、姉貴こそ弟いじめもいいとこだぜ。
One to talk, abusing your little brother like that.
秀吉兄さんもこんな姉貴を拾ってくれて本当にありがとうございます。兄さんの寛大さがなかったら今でもまだ売れ残っ弟として申し訳ないです。
Hideyoshi, I'd like to thank you very much for picking her up. If you hadn't been so generous, you'd still be unsold in the store. You have my gratitude and apologies. Fuck you.
Meanwhile, Hideyoshi is just like, I got a hot, rich wife. Fuck you.
誰が売れ残るって？
Even if she's me, she's hot and rich. So,
What are you calling unsold? After 2 to 3 steps back, Aunt Ava unleashed one of her beautiful high reverse roundhouse kicks, which stopped just a centimeter away from the tip of my dad's nose.
some fucking edgelord shit.
After taking Tai Chi Chuan per her figure, Aunt Ava then developed an interest in the Chinese martial art.
Yeah, that explains why her dress has the silhouette it does.
Yeah, I can see it now. After that, she went through karate, taekwondo, I do not know how to pronounce that one.
Capoeira.
Capoeira? Okay.
Capoeira.
Alright, and what is it she's learning now again? Well, anyway, they say a woman's weapon are in her lower body, and that's literally true for Ava.
Who says that, Battler? Who? Point them to me. Point them out to me, Battler.
Yes, point them to me, Battler, so I can kick them in the grundle.
ルドルフ？
Again, you are kind of seeing, like, yeah, there is misogyny in this family.
側頭部直撃だと一発で混沌するわよ。この間演舞でミスって相方泡吹いちゃったんだからね。
Rudolph, did you know that a single direct blow to the side of the head like that would knock you unconscious? Not so long ago, I accidentally connected in a practice match. My opponent was out cold.
いやいや、足癖の悪い姉貴で本当に申し訳ないです。
What a pain. I'm so sorry she can't help walking like a freak. Dad, completely unfazed, shrugged and smiled ironically at Uncle.
I would not be surprised if Rudolph lost his fucking kidneys to his sister at some point during the story. Just it got them just straight up ripped out.
Yeah.
わしだからエヴァとルドルフ君のじゃれ合いを見とると胸がポカポカしてくるんや。
Never had a brother or sister myself, so when I see you two bickering with each other, it makes me feel all warm and fuzzy inside.
Hideyoshi, your wife just threatened to kill her brother.
Sure, it's nice to
It
have
nearly
a
did
big
it.
family.
What do you mean warm and fuzzy inside? What the fuck?
あら、ジョージ君に弟を作ってあげるという話はないんですか？
Well then, why not consider making a little brother for George?
もうジョージ君も立派な大人になって手も離れたでしょうから、次の子がいてもいいでしょうに。
He's already a fine adult who's about to go off on his own, so it might be a good time to have another child.
おいおいキリエ、生まれてくる子の苦労も考えてやれよ。
Hey, have a little sympathy for the new kid and all the pain and suffering he'd have to live through.
よくこの性悪姉貴から生まれて、ジョージ君はあんなにもまっすぐ育ってくれたもんさ。
I'm surprised even George turned out as well as he did after being born from this sinister sister of mine.
本当にジョージ君は偉いな。
And what an awesome kid he is.
うちのボンクラに今度爪の赤を分けてやってくれよ。
You share some of that with our blockhead of a son someday, will you?
そんなことないわよ。エヴァ姉さんの教育が間違ってなかったから、ジョージ君はあんなに素直ないい子になったんだから。
That's not at all how it happened. It's thanks to Ava's proper rearing that George became the kind, gentle kid he is now.
ですよね、姉さん。
Isn't that right?
あらあら、そんな。うちのジョージもまだまだ頼りなくって。
Oh, come now. Think so? Our George still has a long way to go.
そうそう。それよりお宅のエンジちゃんはどんな具合なの？
Flattered giggling over here.
Oh, by the way, how's your little Anjay doing?
吐いちゃったって聞いたけど。
I'm assuming this must be like Angie.
Or, yeah, Anjay, yeah. I heard she was vomiting?
そうやそうや。
Oh, that's right.
久しぶりに顔が見れると思って期待してたんやで。
I was hoping to finally see her face after such a long time.
大丈夫なんか？
You okay?
いつも季節の変わり目に風邪をひくんです。
He often catches a cold when the season
どう
changes.
も弱くって。
He's very frail.
本当は連れてきたかったんですけど、今回は私の実家に面倒見てもらっています。
Did want to bring her along, but we decided to have my family look after her this time.
それが賢明よ。本家の毒気に当てない方が治りは早いもの。
I think that's a wise move. She'll feel a lot better if she stays away from that venomous head family household.
Me knowing what's about to happen is like, yeah, probably leave the kid out of it.
Yeah, also, lady, you're part of the reason it's gonna be venomous. Don't act
Yeah.
like you're outside of it.
大人の都合より子供の病気の方が大事よ。
Child's health is always more important than an adult's, don't you think?
At least she's good at saying the right things, at least.
Yeah, it's true.
わしな、吐く風邪によう効く薬知っとんや。
Know some great medicine for vomiting colds like that.
帰ったらすぐ送るさかい。使うてくれや。
When we get back home, I'll send some to you right away, so please let her try some.
ありがとうございます、秀吉兄さん。いつもお世話になりっぱなしで。
Thank you very much, Hideyoshi. I'm always in your debt. Hideyoshi is generally, like, I still don't have a bad thing to say about him. Which means I'll probably have a bad thing to say about him later.
Probably. But we'll see. Ugh.
And once the conversation suddenly veered off in that direction, we kids didn't have any chance of butting in. For now, I'm just happy Aunt Ava gave Dad his just desserts for tugging on my ear. Yeah, like, no kidding. Like, do not do that kind of shit to me. Especially for something that, like, at most deserves a talking to. At most. Like, hey, that's kind of vulgar. but also Rudolph is vulgar, so, I mean, I wouldn't put it past him to be,
There's a reason why Battler is the way that he is, after all.
まだ天候調査中がなくならないね。
Are we still waiting for the weather report? George pointed at the counter. The checking weather sign was still stuck next to the departure times for the flight we were scheduled to board. According to George, smaller planes are more subject to winds and other effects of wind. And it's not at all uncommon for flights to be delayed because of that. Zach, we are totally sure it's not going to shake, right? From down here on the ground, it just looked cloudy, not windy.
Yeah, but Battler, how would you be able to tell? It's not like fucking clouds sway in the wind like trees do.
Yeah, really, like...
You fucking weirdo.
Yeah, especially at an airport where there's basically nothing to get blown around. Well, I guess it's different up where the planes fly.
It's not like real life has fucking wind lines. Come on.
Yeah. Or maybe he just means that, like, I'm not seeing, like, the trees that I do see getting blown around, but the atmosphere is different up, you know, where planes start flying.
By the way, quick pause. Thank all of you for following. I'm not going to read out the entire list, but I've got a whole list here of people that have just followed Mal. So thank you all for that. Mal doesn't have the alert set up right now because they're new to this, but we'll get there eventually.
Oh, yeah, did we get some followers? Oh, shoot.
Yes, if you... I don't know if you're on the mod view or not, but there's an activity feed that you can see there that will show you. It's like Proficient Balks, Ready Matatao, something like that. Nate also followed.
Thank you, Nate.
Metalpot Gaming, Maelstrom. And of course, some of these people are from a few days ago.
Yeah.
When you first, like, told everyone that you were going to be streaming, but...
Thank
Oh,
you
you know what?
very much, everyone. I will get a
There we
little
go.
set up for next stream.
Thank you, Kat, for following Mal. You're welcome, Kat. My pleasure.
Okay, so just a few of these were from today, but still, thank you all very much.
Amber, would you fucking stop it? We're doing a thing. Get out of here. No, shit.
Weather's a bit uncertain today. Aunt Ava looked at a TV in the lounge. Weather forecast was being broadcasted, informing us that a typhoon was approaching the Kanto region. Which is probably very weird just in general for American viewers, because I know it is for me. Because, like, and Western viewers in general, just because I always knew Kanto has the Pokemon region, because they did originally name, like, I think the first two regions after actual regions in Japan.
I thought you were going to mention something about, like, how they were calling them regions and not, like, states or prefectures or anything like that.
Oh, no, I mean, like, that is a little weird, but I think, like, most people would adapt to that quickly.
Yeah. See, I just don't think of Pokemon at all because, like, I haven't touched Pokemon in 20 years. Or more than that, actually, like 25 years now.
Yeah, I was obsessed with
I'm
it as
old.
a kid.
Holy shit. I mean, so was I. Like, the last thing I remember, like, doing with Pokemon to an extreme extent was getting a Pikachu birthday cake. I was, like, 5, I think.
Yeah, I don't engage
Yes,
with
it was when I was
Pokemon-
5.
with Pokemon as much as I did with a kid, but I still get some of the newer games. Like, I did get Pokemon Violet. It's pretty good, actually,
Yeah,
for
like-
all its faults.
The extent of my fuckery with Pokemon at this point is Nate, like, occasionally bringing it up, and me like really liking the Scottish trainer memes where she's just like constantly drunk.
Oh yeah, I love those.
Oh no, she's Scottish. Cracks me the fuck up every time.
また台風か。親族会議が毎年10月ってんじゃ。これは宿命だぜ。
A typhoon again? Guess there's no helping it with the annual family conference being held in October.
もうちょい時期を選んでくれりゃいいのによ。
Couldn't you have chosen a better season?
どうかね。私もお盆
Oh,
の
he
時期にやって
probably
くれればっ
wanted
てい
it
つ
in
も思
October
うわ
because
よ。
October is all like the veil is thin and shit.
Yep.
Like pretty much every culture that I know of has like some similar legend in roughly the same like season. So
Yep.
He might have chosen October specifically because of his obsession with European culture and shit, though. So
Yeah,
because like Beatrice is a European witch.
Yep, almost certainly. I agree. I've always hoped we could have it sometime around the Oban Festival in mid-August.
ならルドルフ、それ今回の会議でお父様と兄さんに提案してみればいいじゃない。
In that case, why don't you suggest that to Father and our older brother during the conference?
冗談。
Very fun.
姉貴が言えよ。
Why don't you do it yourself?
俺が何を言っても兄貴は聞かねえよ。
Our brother would.
I don't think that one was an older brother honorific. I think that one was just brother.
No.
'Cause there was no E, there was no O there.
Fair enough, but okay, foreknowledge.
Which can apply to both. So I'm just saying, like, that can apply to both, either way, for anyone wondering.
Yeah, because
When you add the O to it, it means, like, elder sort of thing, like One-chan, Oni-san. Or that's older brother. Whereas Ni-san or Ne-chan is just, like, whatever. It's not necessarily little, but not necessarily older either.
いやよ。私は別に10月でも困らないもの。ルドルフが台風が嫌だからって言うから提案したらって言っただけよ。
no way. It doesn't really bother me that much to have it in October. Just saying you might want to propose it since you said you hate typhoons so much. I think we all hate typhoons.
Yeah. I don't want to get caught in a typhoon either.
Yeah.
And I'm notoriously a fucking storm lover, alright?
Yeah. But a typhoon? Fuck no. Especially on, like, a island that is small enough to be your personal island.
Although, I would like to have a hurricane force winds run by at some point, just so I can brace myself in the wind with, like a very long coat and just scream out the lyrics to Into Free.
Fair enough.
I don't know if you know that one, but it starts with "The wind is pushing me." So it's the original title song, the original theme song on the title screen for not Darkest Dungeon, Dragon's Dogma. It got changed in Dark Arisen because they lost the license expired, so they couldn't publish a new game with the same song again. But like, Into Free is like a huge meme in the Dragon's Dogma community. So.
お盆の時期がいいって言い出したのは姉貴だ。
I'll send the song to you later.
I only said that typhoons always come out around this time of year. You're the one who said you wanted to move it to the Oban Festival, right? And here we can see they're trying to neg each other into being the one to deal with their brother and their father.
Post the song in our respective chats real quick. For anyone who wants to check that out later. So I brought it up. Go ahead. Continue with your narration.
あら、去年ルドルフも言ったわよ。お盆の時期なら仕事のスケジュールとも合わせやすいのにって。
Well, you said it too last year. Didn't you say that it would be easier to fit into your schedule if we had it during the Oban Festival?
言ってねえだろそんなことよ。
Like that?
言ったわよ。私、そういうのは絶対忘れないもん。
Yes, you did. I certainly wouldn't forget something like that.
いや、言ってねえよ。言ってんのはいつも姉貴だよ。
No, I didn't. You're the one saying that all the time.
知ってる？寸止めって高等技術なのよ。
No, stopping a kick just a hair's breadth away from impact is a very high-level technique. Okay,
I wouldn't say
Edgewood.
very high level, but yeah.
I mean, yes, it is true. It is very skilled.
I wouldn't say very high level, but it is kind of it's difficult.
チェ、いい年した女がはしたないことばっかしてんじゃねえぜ。
All right. Jeez, women your age shouldn't spread their legs like that.
You're gonna get kicked like right in the shin, like Rudolph, my friend, that I say with all the irony in the world. You're gonna get kicked in the shin.
Yeah. Yeah,
You definitely should not be teasing like a martial artist like that.
yeah, especially something like that vulgar, to be honest.
That and like knowing like a lot of martial artists aren't gonna like randomly kick people in the fucking head or whatever for insulting them. Don't let me make it seem like they would, but like this woman specifically seems like she will absolutely just fucking like kick you in the guts.
Mm-hmm. I really do love her outfit, though, to be honest.
Man, what's that fucking stress? Hold on. Chongsan. That's it. Okay, yeah, it looks a lot like a Chongsan.
Hmm.
Especially like the sleeves, like the sleeve glove, long gloves, whatever the fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Those are also a thing with that kind of dress.
Yeah, which I just noticed there's some asymmetry there. Neat.
Yeah, I mean that's there in the actual Chongsan as well. How it does do that, like where, so you see how it comes over the top of her chest and then goes underneath her arm and it is buttoned down there on the side.
Oh, yeah. Like, that I knew about.
That's how it
but-
is in.
I mean the gloves, actually.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, one long glove, one short glove.
Stop yelling at me, cat.
Pat and Aunt Ava's argument looked no different from a couple of brats quarreling.
普段は父親や母親として振る舞っていても、こうして親族会議で元の兄弟に出会うと、子供の頃の自分に戻っちゃうからだろうね。
And though they usually behave like normal parents, they turn back into kids again when they meet their siblings at these family conferences.
と、冷静に分析できるジョージ兄貴の方がずっと大人に見えるぜ。俺は将来、あんなクソ親父みたいにはなりたくない。
Thank you for noticing.
なるなら、兄貴みたいな知的な大人になりたいもんだぜ。
Actually got to use my executioner sword on the first day. Woo.
You're the one who looks like a real adult, analyzing it all calmly. Hope it
Oh my
never
God,
turned
I didn't
out
even
like
see
that
that.
old bastard. I'd much rather end up as an intellectual adult like you.
I think part of the problem with the writing might actually be the localization, yeah. Now that I'm looking at that, I'm starting to see like little grammatical errors crop up like that.
Yeah.
I'm sure, like, I don't want to insult the author, because they did a great job if everyone likes it so much, for sure. Or at the very least, they hit on something that people liked, even if the writing itself wasn't particularly good.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they're also an amateur, so like they probably didn't give the localizers much to work with in the first place.
Yeah, like there's probably some give or take there. Yeah, like the thing that this author does well, Ryukishi-san, name, is he used to be a social worker in Japan. And does very
Ryukishio 7?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I thought. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, used to be a social worker, I don't think they've ever specified how many years or whatever, but they're very good at those family dynamics.
Oh my god, I thought Dragoon was a bad translation the other way, not... So, apparently, according to the author's Wikipedia page, Ryukishi, and now that I'm actually looking at the word, this is actually correct, was the term for Dragoon in Final Fantasy. And it means Dragon Knight, and it's a poor translation on the other way, like from Japanese to English rather than from English to Japanese.
Interesting.
Which is odd. I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
I thought it was called Dragoon in
Okay.
Japanese as well. Like they chose an English name because, like, you know,
English
So-
fantasy, kind of.
it's a Western fantasy. Just through a
ジョー
Japanese
クなん
lens.
かまだまださ。社会経験が全然足りないし、社交性も度胸も足りない。バトラ君にはそれらのいくつかがすでにあるように思うよ。
Like me? Oh, I still have a long way to go. I'll have very little experience out there in the real world. I need to work on becoming more confident and sociable. I think you far surpassed me on all those counts, Battler.
George strikes me as slimy as fuck.
Yeah, like... Spoiler, he hasn't done anything yet. But I'm still, like, comes across as too nice for this family.
I'm actually kind of surprised that he hasn't done anything yet. Like, this feels like one of those Gein moments where, like, you know, the always smiling, eyes closed all the time, very polite and everything, and then just immediately drops it as soon as something serious happens. Becomes, like, all sinister-like.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that he hasn't done anything yet as far as you've gotten.
Yeah, and I had the same feelings as you, so it's like... I don't know.
だからきっと成人したら僕なんかすぐに追い抜いちゃうさ。
I'm sure you'll outstrip me fast enough when you become an adult.
Battler is 17 right now?
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. Battler, you don't get a romantic ending with Beatrice. Because, like, that's way too big of an age gap.
Well, we don't actually know how old she is.
That's true.
And there's
Yeah,
a lot of
and
things.
time does do fucking weird shit. Yeah. Maybe. We'll see. By the way, I don't actually know if there's a romantic ending for Battler and Beatrice. Just everyone listening. I came to that conclusion solely based on the cover art for one of the episodes. That's all I got.
Yeah, just one of the manga covers.
Alright, you keep narrating. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna keep my headphones on.
Alright. George scratched his head and laughed as though trying to hide his embarrassment. Of course, he was just being humble. He entered a university and became an apprentice at Uncle Hideyoshi's company at the same time, studying both academics and how to become a business emperor in parallel. Then, right after graduating, he got into Uncle Hideyoshi's company as his father's aide, piling up a lot of real-life experience as he devoted himself zealously to it. His great dream is one day to stand on his own and build up his own kingdom. He is a real paragon of a man sparing no effort as he strives towards his...
Alright. I found something to dislike about George.
Okay.
He's capitalist.
I mean, yeah, but that's this whole fucking family.
I know. And also, like, that's not usually presented as a bad thing in most fiction. So like he's probably still just like a really nice guy. But you know, I found it. I found the thing.
Yeah, fair enough. No exaggeration to say that I really respect. And then there's me. I'm nothing at all like him. I'm living my happy-go-lucky, idle high school life to the max. Got no dreams for the future. I'd like to just sit back, stay cool, and let the money flow in. But of course, that could never happen. When George was my age, he had already formed an impressive objective and had started devoting himself towards studying for that goal. So I guess I can't compare at all. My dad just says, sure, you can study at my company if you like cleaning toilets. But I'm not gonna be in the debt of that old bastard. I'll find my way myself.
You know, when you first told me about like Battler's role in this and how he was like basically being an amateur detective, I thought he was like 24 or 25.
Mm-hmm.
Knowing that he's still in high school is just making me feel old.
Fair enough.
This is why I've been writing like characters that are like 35 plus lately. I just feel old whenever I think of like someone that's 20 years old.
Yeah, that is definitely fair. Only willpower was all it took to become an adult. Did I go on one of those self-searching journeys that are all the rage these days? Well, it's not like I could mooch off my parents for that kind of money.
I don't know. Your stepmother seems nice enough to actually like maybe give the go ahead on that one. But then again, this is your family, so I don't know if she even has that kind of control over her own money.
Yeah, but she might be able to, like, pull on the dad, go, hey, let the kid at least go to, like, Tokyo or something. I don't even know where Battler normally stays. Right then, Uncle Hideyoshi shouted out loudly. He's a real nice person on the whole, but he does have a problem controlling the volume of his voice. When I looked over, I saw that he was greeting Aunt Rosa, who had come late.
Oh! Rosa さんやないか! Maria ちゃん! 久しぶりやの!
Isn't Rosa?
Oh,
Maria, long time no see.
this lady. Okay.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, this lady.
All right.
Long time no see.
Are you wearing a crown, kid?
He is.
What the fuck? All right. Sure. Whatever makes you feel better, girl. Genuinely, whatever makes you feel better.
お久しぶりです。でしょ?
Maria, shouldn't that be it's good to see you again?
言ってごらん。
Greet your uncle properly.
ほう。お久しぶりです。
Well, it's good to see you again.
そうや.
How old is she? Is she like 6 or 7?
I believe she's like 10. Let me look it up so you don't accidentally get spoilers.
Okay.
9. 9 years old.
A little older than I thought, but
That's actually pointed out later.
fair enough.
I
I actually remember you telling me about that now.
Yeah, as I've said to multiple people who I've invited to watch, Maria is definitely like an autistic mood.
ご褒美に飴玉あげような.
There you go, well said. How about some candy as a reward?
おっとっと。あれ?
Oh, huh?
どこにしまったん
Where'd I
や?
put it?
ローザさん、お久しぶりです。マリアちゃんもお久しぶり。
Rosa, it's good to see you again. It's good to see you too, Maria.
ご無沙汰してます、キリエ姉さん、秀吉兄さん。
No, it is Kiri. I listened that time.
Hmm.
Like, maybe it is supposed to be, but that's how they're pronouncing it.
Weird. Yeah, fair enough.
It's been too long, Kiri.
If that's how she wants her name to be said. That's how she wants her name to be said.
と、あら、バトラ君？
And, oh my, Battler.
大きくなったわね。
Look how big you've gotten.
いやー今日は会うたびに言われてて恥ずかしいっすよ。
Come on, it's embarrassing hearing that from every person I meet.
This kid is 17 and 5'11".
Yep.
I just realized. God damn.
Yeah, he fucking got tall.
遅かったな。飛行機がダイヤ通
And
り
into that men can still like grow until they're like 26 or something like that. That's this kid could be a giant in the future.
Hey, Rosa, you're late. If the plane was on time, you'd barely have made it.
ごめんなさい。列車の接続がうまくいかなくて。なに？また天候調査中なの？
I'm sorry, we had some trouble making our train connection. So, are we waiting on the weather again?
ぼやかないぼやかない。船で6時間も揺られるくらいなら飛行機でほんの30分の方がずっとマシよ。たとえ1時間余計に待たされたって全然早いんだから。
Oh, don't complain. I much prefer the 30-minute plane trip to spending 6 hours bouncing about on a boat. Even if we're kept waiting here for an hour, it's still much faster overall.
マリアちゃんも大きくなったで。今身長いくつあるんや？
Maria's gotten huge too. So how tall are you now?
身長いくつあるんや？
So how tall am I now? Maria parroted Uncle Hideyoshi's question, looking up at her mother. I guess she doesn't remember her own height.
Yeah, but who fucking did when you were like 9?
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. She's probably right in the middle of a growth spurt, so her height must change every month. Give it a few more years and she'll suddenly start looking feminine.
Like she doesn't fucking already.
と、
Yeah.
Although they probably mean a completely different kind of feminine than I just did. No. I mean, she looks like a girl to me.
Just how tall were you the last time you got measured?
これでも少しずつは伸びてるんですよ。
Keep getting bigger and bigger, don't you?
ね
Right?
去年よりもずっと成長したと思いますよ。
I think she's grown a lot since last year.
今年で9歳でしたっけ？
Let's see, she turned 9
Oh, well,
years old.
we had to wait like 5 minutes for it instead of looking it up, but alright.
Yeah,
It's
9歳。
fine.
9 years old.
そうだね。9歳だね。
Right, you're 9 years
マ
old
リアちゃ
now.
んも元気そうでよかった。
Glad to see you're doing well too, Marie.
よいしょ。
Up you go.
もう高い高いをするにはちょっと重くなってきたかな。
Guess you've gotten a bit too heavy to play airplane with.
うわ、ジョージ兄貴、そりゃレディーに失礼だろ。
George, what a rude thing to say to a lady.
俺がやってやるぜ。
Here, I'll do it.
高
Up
い
you
高
go.
い。
はーん。
And she probably doesn't recognize him because he's changed so much.
Yeah. When I went to lift her up in George's place, Maria stiffened defensively, staring suspiciously at my face. Oh, that's right. Last time I met Maria, it was 6 years ago, and she was only 3 years old. She does not remember, like, at all.
Yeah.
Of course she doesn't remember.
マリアちゃん、覚えてる？バトラ君よ。
Maria, don't you remember? It's Battler.
一緒に遊んでもらったの忘れちゃった？
We used to play together, remember?
うーん。
無理だろ。
No surprise, I guess.
最後にバトラと会ったのは3つの時だぜ。
The last time she met Battler, she was only 3.
3つの時の記憶なんか残ってねえよ。
Don't keep memories at that age. You must know everyone's face apart from mine because she meets them every year, but I haven't had contact with the Ishirumiya family for about 6 years now. So it's no surprise that this 9-year-old girl doesn't have any memories of me. Even I can only just remember her being a 3-year-old crybaby.
マリア、バトラお兄ちゃんよ。ルドルフおじさんの息子さん。わかる？
Yeah, this is Battler. Rudolph's son.
Why didn't it call him Uncle Rudolph like she actually said?
Yeah, I don't get it
That's weird. Like, what? What?
兄さんが息子さん。は？
either. The brother's son is... The brother is the son? The ooh sound was probably her brain going into overload at that complicated explanation. I guess the phrasing of that was a bit confusing. Ni or Oni, title you'd use to refer to an actual older brother, can also be a friendly honorific for a boy who's only a bit older. It's just like Ne or One, word for big sister.
マリアちゃん、彼はバトラ君。僕と同じいとこだよ。
Maria, this is Battler. He's your cousin like me.
庄司お兄ちゃんと同じ？
George?
Except much taller and much stronger, apparently. Makes sense, though. George has been doing desk work.
いとこ。
Battler? Cousin?
おー。
そ
That's
う。よく
right.
できたね。
You got it. This part of George is what
Oop,
makes
fuck.
me really look up to.
I just smacked my mic with my chopstick. Sorry about that.
Whoops.
I made some spicy Korean nudes to munch on while we were waiting.
Fair enough. For someone who isn't married, he's just great at dealing with kids. I'm sure he'll be an indulgent father in the future.
バトラお兄ちゃん？
Maria looked straight at me with a questioning expression, as though asking whether it was okay to call me that.
おうや、俺がバトラだ。
Yep, that's me, Battler.
よろしくな、マリア。
Nice to meet you, Maria.
バトラ。こらマ
At least
リ
you
ア。
adjust quick.
Yep.
呼びつけちゃダメでしょ。バトラお兄ちゃんと呼びなさい。
Maria, you mustn't talk to him like that. Call him Battler Oni-chan.
いいっすよ、ローザおばさん。細かいことは気にしないっすから。
That's alright, Rosa. I don't sweat the small stuff.
まあマリア。俺とお前は名前を呼びつけ合う仲だもんな。
Hey, Maria, we're close enough that we don't need honorifics, right?
バトラバトラバトラ。
Apparently she likes his name.
Mm-hmm. And normally I'm annoyed when stories just don't translate that part too, or make it work for it, but it's also, like, this family is big on, like, hierarchy, so you can't really divest it from it.
おや、マリアマリアマリア。うう。
Don't. You sound weird, fucker.
We horsed around for a while to make up for the 6-year gap in our friendship. He probably still thinks of me as nothing more than a big new friend, but things will probably work out as we get to know each other again. I'm surprised she's just the way I remembered her being 6 years ago.
I'm actually kind of surprised that, like, this family, if, like, of all families, actually went and realized, oh yeah, he probably doesn't remember him because she was fucking 3. Because,
Yeah,
like, every time I'm talking to, like, a family member or whatever, they're always just like, oh yeah, you remember your aunt, blah, 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 blah. You, last time you saw her, you were a baby. And I'm like, then how the fuck am I supposed to remember them?
right?
I was a baby! I don't remember being a baby or anyone that I met when I was a baby. What the fuck is wrong with you? Do you
Right?
remember when you were a baby?
No,
Because I don't.
I do not.
Like, goddamn. I have more memories of before I was 4 than most people do, just because, like, my memory used to be really, really good. But that doesn't mean I actually remember, like, being less than 2. I just remember things, like a couple of events between 2 and 4.
Yeah. Seems that people don't change that much after all. I'm a bit happy that she's still that pure, innocent girl I remember. Her name's written weirdly as well, though it at least sounds like Maria. The third character looks like a cross, which is pretty cool.
Even making the kid like, fucking wear the goddamn house crest.
Oh yeah,
What the fuck?
Yeah, like this is a tradition. This is hierarchy.
Is it just because they're going to
Kinzo's, yeah, this is
to the Kinzo thing that they're wearing the crest right now, or do they wear it all the time anyway?
well, Ava obviously has her tattoo all the time, but otherwise, no, they do not wear this all the time.
Okay, that at least makes some sense then, because it's just like, why otherwise?
Yeah. Yeah, this
Did
is...
the butler have the crest on his clothes?
Yes.
Okay. So I was just, I can't remember, because I didn't pay attention to it at the time. Wasn't actually looking for it yet.
Yeah.
Did Kenzo have it on his clothes? Well, he wasn't wearing his jacket at the time either, because like he was supposed to be like half undressed, right?
Yeah, like he was happy.
So it makes sense like if he wasn't wearing it.
Her feelings don't usually show up on her face, so it can be difficult to know what she's thinking, but that's just how she looks on the outside. Again, an autistic mood. On the inside, she's just a sweet, normal girl. Then there's Maria's mother, Aunt Rosa.
That's sort of weird. I've always like thought that the autistic people I knew were actually very easy to read compared to normal people. Well, not normal, but normal, neurotypical.
Neurotypical, yeah.
I don't know. Maybe this is just like a quirk of like my experience. Either an anecdote because of my own fuckery, or just because like of the autistic people I've known.
Yeah. Could be an either or.
Could be either.
Yeah.
Could be both.
Yeah. It's one thing where it can be a bit of a masking sort of thing.
Yeah.
So it's not as necessarily common when you're, with friends and things, but it can definitely happen with masking.
I was just thinking like before we knew John was autistic, his facial expressions were like, I don't want to say quite exaggerated, but they seemed like it to me.
Mm-hmm.
But I've always had like very subtle facial expressions just because that's how I prefer it. So that's probably just like a personal perception thing.
Yeah, there's also that.
But like he definitely always like wore it on his sleeve, and he still does today.
Yeah. And there's Maria's mother, Aunt Rosa. She's my dad's younger sister. Rosa is also written strangely. A name that's totally not Japanese. Sorry to say it, but her name's almost as ridiculous as Dad's.
Which I'm sure we would actually get that if we could read kanji, but I can't read kanji. I'm illiterate.
Yeah, but you can kind of get it as far as, like, the R and L sounds are a bit muddled.
Yeah. Also only 2 syllables. You probably, like, having 2 kanji for 2 syllables is also a bit...
I think the first one is just the Ushiromiya. And then the second one is Rosa.
I wish we could, like, rewind to check stuff. But that's probably not, like, built into most visual novels.
Yeah, let me...
That's something that CRPGs have a lot, where you can scroll back in the conversation, but it's sort of weird that you can't in visual novels where the dialogue is literally everything. It's the entire thing.
Oh no, we actually do have a backlog.
There we go. Okay, cool. Yeah.
It only goes back this far, though. Let's see.
Scroll down, though, to Maria's. No, that's completely different kanji from Rosa.
Yeah.
So it's definitely not the surname, see?
Yeah.
That's 2 kanji for just her surname. Or not her surname, her forename. There was
What?
3 for Maria. I wonder if that's like why it's written weird, is because they're hacking it up into syllables instead of...
Yeah, it's definitely written
That actually
weird.
makes sense if that is.
Yeah,
If that's the case.
yeah, because they're really not caring for meanings as much as just trying to get something that sounds European.
I think it's becoming slowly more common for you to write your name in hiragana instead of kanji.
Mhm.
But I'm sure like 60 or not 60, but 40 years ago, it was definitely not
Yeah.
the case back then.
When I think about it, all the names in my family sound foreign. Just why is grandfather so obsessed with that?
Well, you're about to fucking learn, Battler.
Because of him, even we grandchildren have to put up with this weird name. Even more annoying since grandfather's own name is perfectly normal. Anyway, there's one thing about Aunt Rosa that's a relief compared to the other family members. The old bastard and Aunt Ava have this annoying urge to tease and mock people all the time. Even though she shares their blood, Aunt Rosa isn't like that at all. She has the most common sense among all the 3 siblings.
All these siblings, not 3 siblings.
Like Uncle
They do have another sibling too, but remember. I'm sure Battler knows the other sibling as well.
Yeah, of course.
We just haven't met him yet.
Yeah. Like Uncle Hideyoshi, she's a kind aunt who will always be on the kid's side. However, possibly because she's more strict as a parent, she's not liberal with handing out spending money like Uncle Hideyoshi. Okay, now we have the entire group of family members who are going to board the plane.
I assume the last uncle is already there.
Yeah, the last uncle is also the heir.
Hmm.
He's the eldest. At that moment, as though it had waited for us all to arrive, an announcement rang out through the lobby.
お待たせしました。新島行き201便の
Honestly, knowing what's gonna happen, it may have actually been waiting for everyone to arrive.
Yep. Our apologies for the delay. Boarding will now commence for flight 201.
As far as I know, like this setting isn't like as narratively driven as most of the stuff that I work with, but it still has like some tinge of it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
ご搭乗のお客様はカウンター前の白線前に2列でお並びください。
We ask that the passengers please form 2 lines in front of the counter behind the white line.
ロザ、搭乗手続きまだだろ。急げ急げ。
Rosa, you still haven't gone through boarding procedures, right? Hurry up.
いけない。マリア、いらっしゃい。
No, Maria, come on. Had to go through a metal detector before going out on the runway.
Ria's default face is like the typical like small child determined face.
Mm-hmm.
In manga and anime. It's just sort of adorable.
It is. Our small plane wasn't as massive as an international flight, but it was still a plane. Staff member holding a metal detector checked us all.
I'm surprised that they're even getting like
staff members out onto the runway.
I'm surprised they're even getting a fucking security check in the first place. This is like a private fucking flight.
Yeah, but they're not going directly to Kinzo's. There isn't actually a runway for the plane to stop. So they're actually stopping on another island and then going by boat. But it is
ferry, I assume.
Yeah, basically a ferry. Come to think of it, everyone here is in the Ushi family. I need to get a drink.
Throat starting to dry up a little.
A little bit. Just kind of forgot.
No, we can take a quick break.
No, I don't need a break. I have drink break.
Oh, I was gonna
forgot about it.
Fair enough. I was gonna say because like we've been going for 2.5 hours now. We can take a break.
No, I think I'm okay for a little bit longer, and then we can take a
All right,
break.
that's fair.
At least when we get to the next cinematic, there is one coming up.
Right on.
Like this is a reserved charter flight or something.
That's because it is.
Our group stopped in front of the entrance to the plane. And our guide turned around and spoke, looking down at the passenger list as he did.
それではこれよりご搭乗となります。
Boarding will now commence.
名簿をお読み上げいたしますので、前方の座席、右側から順に右、左、次の列の右、左と詰めてお座りになってください。
Take your seats in order, starting from the front row on the right side, and then going right to left, then onto the next row.
それではお読み上げいたします。
Now begin reading the passenger list.
後宮秀吉様。
わしからか？はい。そうだ、エヴァ。飴玉あるか？さっきから探してるんだが見つからないんや。
Oh, I'm first, right here. By the way, do you have any handy, Ava? I've been looking all over for some, but I can't find any.
後宮エヴァ様。
ハンドバッグの中よ。
In my handbag.
機内に入ったら出すわ。
We'll get one once we're inside the I've heard the candies are a good way to protect your ears from hurting because of variations in atmospheric pressure when landing or taking off. That's probably what they're talking about.
Yeah, that's also true, actually. It doesn't work for me, but that's because I don't really have like the ear popping issue with planes in the first place. But or at least I didn't last time I was on a plane. But it's been over a decade since then, so I don't know.
俺の席窓際だといいな。
Hope I get a window seat.
大丈夫だよ。窓際席しかないもん。
Don't worry, there aren't any other kinds of seats. Apparently, as George said, there were apparently only 2 lines of seats. Oh, this is what a small plane is like. We are totally sure it's not going to shake, right?
Yeah, Battler. I don't think you're fooling anyone with your, I'm not afraid of turbulence act.
Yeah.
はい。大丈夫だよ、バトラ君。あんまり揺れないから。
Right here. Don't worry, Battler. It won't shake too.
後宮バトラ様。
兄貴。あんまりって、どのくらいだよ。
You mean not too
船から
much.
落ちても泳げるからいいが、飛行機が落ちたらそれでおしまいなんだぜ。
You could just swim if you fall from a boat, but if a plane crashes, you're screwed, right?
もちろん客席にはパラシュートがあるんだろ。
We all get our own parachutes at our seats, don't we?
ねえの
Wait, we don't? No, it's not like having your own personal flotation devices.
後宮ルドルフ様。
ほらバトラ、感動してねえで、とっとと奥行け。
言って親父。
Come on, Battler, stop standing there slack-jawed and get in.
おさって。パラシュートがねえんだよ。
Wait, did Hideyoshi take his wife's name?
Yes.
Huh. That's actually kind of nice for, like, being in the 1980s. I'm sure it's just because, like, Kinzo wouldn't fucking allow her to take his name, but, you know.
Yeah, it's a little bit of that, a little bit the name actually does have some prestige to it in this world.
Yeah.
後宮桐江様。
ほら、仲良くじゃれてないの。進む進む。
Okay, you two, stop fooling around. Let's move on in.
いてえよキリエ。押すなって。ボンクラが進まねえんだよ。
Oh, Kiri, don't push me. This blockhead isn't moving.
後宮マリア様。
進む進む。
後宮ローザ様。
こらマリア、静かにしなさい。
Ria, be quiet.
I probably just missed it, but I don't actually remember George's name being called.
Yeah, you just missed it. It was called
Okay.
right before Battlers.
Okay.
本日は新東京航空201便をご利用いただき誠にありがとうございます。
This is your pilot, Kawabata.
New Tokyo.
I'd like to thank you for
Okay, fair enough.
Tokyo Aviation's Flight 201.
新島空港までは約20分のフライトの予定です。
Estimate that the flight to Nijima will take about 20 minutes.
上空の気流が乱れているとの報告が入っています。多少の揺れがあるかもしれませんので、離陸後もシートベルトは外さないようにお願いいたします。
There may be some shaking of the aircraft, so we ask that you do not unfasten your seat after takeoff.
I'm gonna bet that Battler is weak-willed and weak of stomach, and will have motion sickness.
Quite possibly. Did that guy just say we needed to wear seatbelts?
ジャンボ機なら離陸後はシートベルト外せるぜ。
In a jumbo jet, they let you undo them after takeoff, right?
それが外しちゃいけないって？どんな揺れだよ。
So it's gonna shake so much we can't take them off?
くそー、騙された。何が揺れないだ。
Damn it, you tricked me. It's going to shake after all.
パラシュートどこだよ。
Where are the parachutes?
やっぱり俺は船が良かった。
Knew I should have taken the boat.
You're pathetic, Battler. And just for an in-joke there, that was in red speech.
It'll be a while before we get to that.
That just means if anyone wants to know what I meant by that, they'll have to, keep coming to the stream.
Yep. names we haven't seen yet.
Rouse, yeah. I'm guessing that's the oldest brother, the heir. Since it was shown on that slide with all the other siblings.
Servants in the doctor.
I'm guessing that's staff. Yeah. Was it going to show us, like, Beatrice and all that? No. Okay. I thought it'd be really funny if it credited the witch like, right now.
No. Alright, we'll be right back. We're gonna take a little bio break, get some drinks, do some stretches.
That was a Pumped Up Cakes cover by Hildegard von Blingen. And as I was saying to Mal during the break, I really, really just want someone like Hildegard von Blingen to do like original music as well.
Oh, yeah,
not just covers. I especially like it because it's like this. It's not quite Shakespearean, but it's kind of close. You know, like that's the closest I can think of to call it is like early modern English. Casual form, of course. It doesn't use the formal language, but still not. Because the grammar is a little off for it to be like perfect, but also like it is because Hilda's like making a cover of something, so she's like restricted on how she can do things, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
But I would love like some early modern music, but like, you know, recorded on modern stuff.
Yeah.
Because like modern recordings have like a much like fuller sound than 100-year-old recording does.
Oh yeah, for sure.
That's not always the case. Like sometimes like things get fucked up and like someone records something wrong. But just in general, today we are capable of making something sound much fuller and much more commanding, at least in a recording, than we were, 50, 60 years ago.
Yeah. Back to it. Should have taken the boat.
Oh. There is something that I wanted to tell you. If you put the caption, the captioner thing below the "Be Right Back" screen, you don't have to turn the captioner off anymore. Like in the scenes.
Ah, gotcha. Good
So
point.
you like just do that later, or actually you could probably do it now. I think you can edit that sort of thing like on the fly in OBS.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
think you can in Streamlabs too, but Streamlabs is a little bit pickier about it.
Like that.
I don't know if you'd want to put it below the starting soon screen or not, because sometimes you do just sort of like want to sit on the starting soon screen and just talk, but I don't know. Just trying to lower the mental overhead as much as I can, make things easier for you.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, back to it then. I hope we actually fucking see Kenzo again today.
Oh.
マリア、もういい加減になさい。
Thank you for not going ooh a bunch.
意外ね。
I think I would die a little if you did.
Yeah,
You're tempted to do it now, aren't you?
It's important to the character that she kind of has this verbal tick, but you can hear it in the, I don't have to translate ooze.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's enough. But what a surprise.
バトラ君、てっきり怖いものなしだと思ってたから。
I thought there was nothing that could scare Battler.
こいつ昔から乗り物がなぜかダメでさ。 二言目には落ちるだの沈むだの。
Guy can't handle vehicles for some reason. Always yells about falling and sinking and stuff.
情けない男だな、おめえは。
I feel like Battler might have some trauma that he needs to work through related to that.
Yeah. You're a disgrace of a man, you are. Like, this is the shit why I just do not like Rudolph.
Well, yeah, obviously. I don't think you should like most of the characters. They're good characters, but awful people. I knew it! I knew it, he's nauseous. Man, I should have bet $50 on that. Shit.
Ah, shut up. That thing was seriously shaking way too much.
小型機乗るのは初めてだったからちょいと答えちまっただけだぜ。
Got a little stressed since it was my first time on a small plane like that.
あの大騒ぎでちょいとなの？
All that a little stress?
バトラ君とは海外旅行を一緒に行くと賑やかそうね。
Sounds like it'd be fun to take an overseas vacation with you, Battler.
おばさんとエジプトとか行かない？
Would you like to go to Egypt with your aunt? Oh, this isn't JoJo.
14時間も飛行機に乗れるわよ。
Get to ride a plane for a full 14 hours.
Going to Egypt would be cool. Is it worth the 14 hours on a plane, though?
It's like...
With Ava at that.
Yeah.
Going by yourself or with people you actually like is an entirely different story, but with like someone like Ava...
いい提案ね。バトラ君、エヴァ姉さんに少し鍛えてもらいなさいよ。
Here's a good thing, man. Battler, you should go let Ava open you up some.
それにしてもおかしい。
No, it's so hilarious.
Even you, huh? God damn.
Don't mean. Don't mean.
こらこら、人間誰しも得て増えてはあるもんや。
Now, everyone's got their own strong and weak
そ
points.
ない笑うたら悪いで。
It's bad to laugh at him,
Good man, Hideyoshi.
even though he's laughing too.
父さんも笑うのは悪いよ。
Dad, you're laughing too.
ほら、マリアちゃんももう笑っちゃダメ。
Maria, you shouldn't laugh anymore.
もう笑っちゃダメ？
Shouldn't laugh anymore? God damn it. Is being scared of planes really such a big deal? Everyone obviously thinks I'm a big oaf now.
You are. But not because you're afraid of planes.
We split up and took separate taxis from the airport to the harbor. From there on, we would be taking a boat to the island. But not, like, specifically like a ferry. It's honestly smaller. But it has a cabin underneath, so... The islands are right next to each other, so the distance of the trip wasn't that great. By boat, it was a leisurely 30 minutes to the island. When we reached the pier where the boat to the island was anchored, we saw a figure waving at us.
ジョージ兄さん！お久しぶりだぜ！
Been so freaking long!
やあ、ジェシカちゃん、1年ぶりだね。
Ah, yes, you are also part of the family. I can tell because of your first name.
Yep. Jessica, it's been a year since I saw you.
せ、また伸びたんじゃないかい？
You've gotten taller again, haven't you?
よしてくれよ。毎年言われんのは恥ずかしいぜ。
Don't give me that. It's embarrassing when you say it every year.
おいおい兄貴、嘘だろ？ こいつが本当にジェシカなのかよ。
George, you've got to be kidding me. Is that really Jessica?
ってことはジョージ兄さん、このデカブツバトラなのかよ。
Wait a sec, George. Is this big guy Battler? We both stared at each other. She definitely didn't look like that in my memories, but I do remember her crazy way of talking.
いよジェシカ、なんだよお前。嘘だろ。なに女みたいな格好してんだよ。なんだよこれ胸かよ。
Ah, come on, Battler.
できたのかよ。
That's your fucking cousin, man.
Impure of heart, dumb of ass. Oh my god. That's even worse.
Like, just to be clear, he is doing a bit. He's not serious.
Yeah, I get that much. But, like, also, Battler, this is why I hate you.
Yeah. You know what? Accessibility is one thing, but I'm not reading that line. Moving on.
Even did this fucking freaky ass laugh.
Hmm?
He even did this freaky ass fucking laugh.
Yeah.
髪だって伸びりゃ出るとこだって出るぜ。てめえに揉ませる胸なんざあるもんかい。バートラこそなんだよ。バカみてえに図体だけでかくなりやがって。知った腕力ついたのか？
Don't screw around with me. I'm a blushing flower of 18. Of course my hair grew longer. And speaking of you, sure, you got all ridiculously huge, but did you get a bit stronger too?
ざけんじゃねえ。あれからどれだけ鍛錬積んだか思い知らせてやんぜ。
Don't screw with me. I'll show you how much training I've done since back then.
うぜえぜ。
Pissing me off.
返り討ちだ。
I'll beat you at your own game.
Somehow I doubt that.
Her name is also very mangled to make a Jessica out of kanji.
At least that one actually can be, like, pronounced properly in Japanese. Even if it takes some fucking, like, chopping.
Yeah, so Jessica is the direct family heir after her father. Because everyone's kind of taking it as a given Kinzo's gonna bite the bullet fairly soon.
Even if Kenzo isn't quite happy about that.
Yeah.
As you can all probably tell from the narrative and how this is going, yeah, he's gonna die while we're here.
Almost certain.
Man's gonna croak.
Since Jessica,
Maybe not today, but
yeah. Since Jessica and I are the same age, and sometimes had little boy-girl squabbles with each other, we've always been used to fighting and joking around together whenever the relatives gather. Jessica grew more quickly, so she always had me beat in terms of size and physical strength. When we scuffled in a contest of strength, it usually went Jessica's way. So even though I realized I'd grown bigger, part of my mind was still convinced that I couldn't beat Jessica.
Battler, she looks like a wet noodle. I know that's probably just like an artistic thing, but
なんだよ。何マジになってんだよ。
Oh, what are you getting all serious for?
いててて。
Ouch.
おいおいおい、全然力入れてねえぜ。ジェシカ、お前貧弱になっただろ。
Hey, this is nothing. Jessica, you've gotten weak.
うるせえぜ。こちとら女やってんだ。いつまでも腕力で男に勝てるわけねえだろ。
Shut up. I'm a girl, so of course I couldn't beat a guy with physical strength forever, right?
That's quitter talk. That's fucking quitter talk.
Yeah, you be like your Aunt Ava, kick the shit out of him. Don't take any other advice from Ava, but kick the shit out of him.
Yeah, it's like none of the other advice you're gonna get from that woman is gonna be good, but that at least, yes.
まあそりゃそうだよな。俺が腕につけた分の肉をお前は胸につけたんだもんな。俺の腕とお前の胸ならちょうどいい力比べになりそうじゃねえのか。
For skipping this line, I promise that he quits this shit fairly soon.
だからお前に揉ませる父はねえ。それよりお前こそどうなんだよ。身長以外にも他のところ。
Wow. Alright, Jessica.
大人になったのか?
So honestly fair after Battler getting.
Yeah, true.
バカやめろいやんこの野郎お嫁に行けなくなる変なとこ触んないで
God, I fucking hate you, Battler. Ah.
人様が聞いて誤解すること言うんじゃねえ
Punch him in the face.
Honestly, I was so surprised at how feminine Jessica had become that I had to joke around like an idiot to hide it. Well, considering what a bossy brat she was 6 years ago, anyone would be surprised. And I guess she's just as surprised. She probably wasn't expecting to lose to me in a test of strength. After losing that easily, she must be shocked at how much I've grown in the past 6 years. 6 years, once again I'm being shown what a huge gap of time that was.
Yare yare, kanpai da ze.
Crap, total defeat.
こりゃもう私じゃかなわねえな。
Like I'm no match for you anymore.
そんなことな
Fucking
い
hit the
よ
gym then.
バトラ君にもきっと弱点はあるよねマリアちゃん
That's not true. Even Battler must have his weakness. Right, Maria?
落ちる落ちる
Oh, oh.
He's afraid of heights.
And vehicles in general. He's not going to be a fan
Yeah.
of the boat either.
ちょバカよせマリアそれは内緒にしような
Cut it out, Maria. Let's keep that a secret, okay?
落ちるなんだそりゃ
Oh, what the hell are you talking about?
あいにくだがこの弱点はジェシカにはもうさらさないぜ何しろ悪夢の空路はもう終わっちまったんだからなあとはのんびりチャボチャボとお船の旅さ
Sorry, but there's no chance you'll see that weakness of mine now. After all, the nightmare plane trip is already over and done with. Only thing left is the nice and quiet splashing of the boat ride.
But Battler, you just admitted it to her.
Never thought I'd start loving that piece of junk boat this much.
あジョージ兄さんこいつ頭どうかしたのか
Jessica, is there something wrong with your head?
Ah, George, is there something wrong with his head?
すぐにわかるよすぐにね
You'll understand soon. Very soon. At that time, I didn't get what George meant by that big smile.
これはこれははあバトラさんも大きくなりまして
Happy here. Oh, Battler, how big you've grown. At this time, an old lady with an apron. Oh yeah, that takes me back. I remember now.
バトラ君覚えてるかいほらお手伝いの熊沢さんだよ
You remember her, right? It's Kumasawa-san, the servant.
熊沢のばあちゃんは忘れねえぜ
I'll never forget you, Granny Sawa.
何しろこの6年、ちっとも老けちゃいねえぜ。
After all, you haven't aged a bit in these past 6 years.
むしろ、若返ったんじゃねえの？
If anything, I'd say you're looking younger than ever.
At least you're bothering to flatter people now, fucker.
Yeah.
最近はお肌がピチピチしてきちゃって。
Lately, my skin's been getting quite smooth and silky.
ほら、胸もますますに大きくなっちゃいましたんですよ。
Put him in his place. Yeah, do it. Do it.
And look, hasn't my chest gotten bigger as well?
飲んでみます？
How'd you like a little feel?
ご冗談。
You're kidding, right?
俺が揉みたいのは、ピチピチした姉ちゃんの胸限定だぜ。
My breast fondling is strictly limited to bouncy girls.
私とて、若い日にはそれはピチピチしておりましたよ。
Well, I was quite bouncy in my youth.
ほらほら、ぜひどうぞお揉みくださいませ。
Don't be shy. Fondle to your heart's content. Yeah, put
Make
him
him
in
feel
his
as
place.
stupid as he should feel.
Yeah.
勘弁してくれよ。
Haha, give me a break.
若い姉ちゃんだ、若い姉ちゃん。
It's girls I'm looking for.
熊沢のばあちゃんじゃねえよ。
Not grannies. Jokes I'd cracked about Jessica were being turned against me.
Hashtag deserved.
Yep. Come to think of it, Kumasawa has always been the type to tease.
The fucking the caption actually put a hashtag in there instead of typing it out. I didn't expect that.
That's pretty nice, actually. Kumasawa, stop that now.
監獄に半分足突っ込んだ人がはしゃいじゃいけねえぜ。
People with one foot in the coffin shouldn't jump around.
若い方とじゃれるのが何よりの若返りの薬ですよ。
Sport with the young is the most rejuvenating medicine. Which, honestly, has a ring of truth to it. At least in that we really shouldn't just shuffle old people all, into retirement homes just because they're disabled and have no interaction with any other generations.
Of course, but, obligatory coffin dodger.
Kumasawa さんが迎えに来るなんて珍しいじゃない。どういう風の吹き回しかしら。
Rare for you to come pick us up, Kumasawa. I wonder what's gotten into you.
用事を頼まれるといつも腰痛になるあなたが。
Usually your lumbago kicks in whenever someone gives you a job to do.
エヴァ様は相変わらず手厳しゅうございます。
Eva, you're as harsh as ever.
急なお買い物がありましたもので、そのついでに皆様のお迎えをしようと思いまして。
Found myself with some urgent purchases to make, and while I was at it, I thought I would come welcome you all. Of course, they're on a private island all by themselves. So they always have to take a ferry to ever make purchases or see anybody that isn't a family member or staff.
And this is back in the days before you could just, order things off Amazon.
Yep. Oh, could you make that many phone calls? Or would it, granted this family's fucking richer, but would it get expensive on the other end?
Yeah. And even today, I don't know if Amazon would deliver to a private island. They probably deliver to, the nearest public point, and you'd still have to go off and pick it up.
Yeah.
もっとも、お迎え待ちの老いぼれのお迎えでは、景気も悪いでしょうが。
Although it does give a bad impression if the one waiting to greet you is a decrepit old woman. Aunt Ava spoke sarcastically, but Kumasawa's years of experience were nothing to sneeze at. He was more than capable of smoothly and coolly deflecting that comment. Well, it feels bad to say it, but old Kumasawa may be past her prime as a surgeon. She might act as though she's in good health, but between the headaches and her lumbago, her body is wearing out.
Fucking mood.
Yeah. To tell the truth, the very fact that she's still working is impressive. How old is she this year again? She must be pushing 80 at least. Incredible that she's still able to act so cheerily.
ますますにお元気なようで。
Just seem to get more and more lively.
そうだこれ。
That's right, here you are.
前に話してたお茶です。
The tea I told you about before.
ほら、買ってきました。
Look, I bought you some.
後で飲んでみてください。
Please do try it later on. Aunt Rosa took a souvenir bag out from her suit. To think that she remembered a promise that she'd apparently made last year and faithfully bought it. This sort of thoughtfulness was just like Andrew.
Battler, the fact that you think that's, like, impressive just goes to show exactly, like, what kind of person you are.
Yeah. He wasn't the kind of person who would forget or break a promise. And again, look who his fucking father is, so...
Yeah, that's also true.
Kumasawa seemed deeply touched not only that Aunt Rosa had remembered this year-old promise, but that she would bring a gift to a simple servant like her. This woman is Kumasawa Chiyo. He's a senior servant who's been working at the household for many years. As you'd expect from someone her age, manual labor isn't her strong point, but she's a kind of super servant who can handle just about anything else, from kitchen work to cleaning and laundry. Seems like her only flaw is a tendency to slack off. Hey, boss
like,
makes $1 out of
wouldn't you?
time.
That's why I shit on company time, yeah.
Yeah.
Although in this case, considering it's fucking Kinzo, it's probably like a boss makes $100, I make a dime.
Yeah. Here she tries to get away from heavier troublesome work by playing up her chronic disease. Fuck you.
Yeah. First off, fuck you, Battler.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, and she's almost fucking 80. You should be retired by now anyway.
Yeah, the fact she isn't just shows how shitty you're paying her. In Kumasawa's case, this was probably a sign of craftiness rather than laziness. Though it probably doesn't impress those paying her salary. Ah well, even if she's pretty flaky when it comes to work, I could never dislike her. Guess that's probably because of her cheerfulness and constant smile.
いやー、相変わらずお元気そうで何よりでんな。
Hey, glad to see you're in fine spirits.
あれから背中の具合はどないでっか?
How's your back doing then?
薬を飲んでもちっとも良くなりませんで。
Even with the medicine, it's not getting one whit better.
こればかりはお医者様ではどうにもなりません。
According to the doctor, nothing can be done for this one. Yeah, that's something people don't expect out of doctors, but happens a lot when you've got, like, chronic illnesses. They just kind of throw their hands up and go, shit's fucked.
Yeah, like, keep trying, but
Yeah.
there's only so much you can do. There's only so many different kinds of medicine in the world. Sometimes there just isn't anything that's going to help you specifically.
Yeah, and especially, like, we're always making improvements, so maybe there was something today that just wasn't around back then, especially when it comes to pain medicine.
Yeah, because these days we're actually like starting to branch out from using opioids for literally fucking everything.
Yeah, we're branching out.
Finally.
We're doing a lot more targeted things. We're figuring out like how to deal with joint pain a lot better. Plus, medical marijuana.
不治の病っちゅうもんですわ。
What you might call an incurable disease.
それにしても、ジェシカちゃんはますます美人になったな。
You better not get started too, Rudolph.
Yeah.
Anyway, Jessica just keeps getting prettier.
夏日姉さんに似てよかったぜ。
It's one thing for her sibling-like cousin to be, sibling-like cousin to be like cracking jokes like that. Entirely different for her uncle.
Yeah, absolutely.
What Battler did was just a little crude. If you did it, it'd be downright like criminal.
Yeah. Anyway, let's see. Good thing she takes after Natsuhi.
そうですか？
Wait?
私的には全然似てないつもりなんですけど。
Personally, I don't think we look alike at all.
つうか、親には似たくないです。
I mean, I don't even want to be like my parents.
Sorry, kid, but you're gonna look like your parents. That's just how the way things work. It's just it happens.
Yeah. Granted, I don't blame the sentiment.
True.
Given this family.
尊敬してないんで。
Because I got zero respect for him.
こら、そんなこと言っちゃダメよ。
Well, you shouldn't say such things.
それにしても、親に似たくないって言ってる人が多いわね。うちの一族は。
So there are quite a few people who don't want to be like their parents in our family. I know it's ridiculous, but I do actually like Kiri's top.
Yeah, it's not just a top too. Like there's a skirt attached to it, as I recall.
Yeah.
It's a weird sort of. Hold on. Let me see if I can find a good picture of it.
Yeah.
I don't remember how to spell their last name.
Well, you could just do Kiri top Umineko.
Let's do Umineko. It's.
Yeah, it is basic. Yeah, it is a dress. There's just a belt acting as like a divider.
Yep, all on me. Open image in new tab so I don't show off these screenshots.
What am I even doing? Hold
Here.
on.
Oh yeah, you can actually go look in the character thingy. Yeah, that's where this picture that I was showing comes from. Is that right there?
Yeah, there we go. Kiri, Rudolph's second wife. She had already worked alongside him for some time before the death of his first wife, which time she openly took the position of his wife. She had served as Rudolph's right hand in several shady pieces of business, guiding them to success. She is quick thinking and well trusted by her husband.
It's a weird dress, honestly, considering like it's got that that suit shirt collar almost.
Yeah.
But sure.
あ、それ俺。
Ah, that's me.
バカ言え。お前こそ俺に似るんじゃねえ。お前の鼻が似ててムカつくんだよ。
You sure as hell better not take after me. Your nose looking like mine already pisses me off.
You're the one that keeps pushing him to be more like you, dickhead. Fuck.
何言ってんのよ。呆れるくらいそっくりよ。
What are
あ
you
なた
talking
もお父
about?
様
You're
もね。
surprisingly like you and your father. And she's not wrong here.
Yeah.
Like, they're not
Here's
too
hoping Battler
dissimilar.
gets better.
Yeah, hopefully Battler...
おいおい、そりゃねえだろ。
Come on, you can't be serious.
俺のどこが親父に似てるってんだ？
Just how am I like dad?
傲慢で偉そうなところとかそっくりよ。
Oh, and this was a dig at also
Kinzo.
Rudolph being like Kinzo. You're a lot like him, especially in how arrogant and prideful you are. You're one to talk, Ava.
あんたと兄さんは特にお父様の血が強いわね。
Father's blood is especially strong in you and Kraus.
ねえ、ローザ。
What you say, Rosa?
まったく。クラウス兄さんもルドルフ兄さんも信じられないくらいお父様にそっくり。
Well, absolutely. Kraus and Rudolph are almost unbelievably like Dad.
おいおい参ったな。なんで俺だけ女どもに集中放火なんだ？
Maybe stop being such a shithead and you won't come under fire from your sisters.
Yeah, exactly.
Idiot.
Alright, already. Why am I the only one under fire from the girls?
秀吉兄さん、助けてくださいよ。
Yoshi, give me a hand, please.
いやいや、ルドルフ君はいっつも女性にモテてるな。
My, Rudolph, you're always so popular with the ladies.
羨ましいで。
I'm jealous.
相変わらずモテモテでお羨ましいことです。
As usual, you're popular enough to make me jealous.
それでは皆様、お船の方へお乗りくださいませ。
Well then, everyone, shall we head over to the boat?
さあさあ、マリアさん、一緒にお船に乗りましょうね。
Come now, Maria, let's get on the boat together, okay?
一緒にお船に乗る。
Get on the boat together.
みんなも一緒に乗る。
Everyone gets on together.
おや、もう今度は怖くないぜ。
Oh yeah, this time around,
keep-
I'm not gonna be scared.
You keep revealing your weaknesses to Jessica even though you said you didn't want to, Battler. But come on, man.
波で揺れるのは慣れてるしな。
I'm used to being shaken by the waves.
オンボロ漁船の場合、揺れて怖いってより、エンジンがぶっ壊れて漂流するんじゃねえかって方が怖いぜ。
Unless with that piece of junk fishing boat, I'm less afraid of the shaking and the engine breaking down and the boat drifting off.
そうだ、バトラ君。言うのを忘れてた。
Oh yes, Battler, I forgot to tell you.
あの漁船はだいぶ老朽化してたんで数年前に引退したんだよ。
That fishing boat was completely worn out. It was taken out of commission a few years back.
今は他の船が島まで運んでくれるんだ。
Now we get taken to the island in a different boat.
ああ、そっ
Watch it be
か。
worse.
バトラは新しい船が初めてなんだな。
Oh right, it's Battler's first time in the new boat.
快適だぜ。
Super comfy.
すっげえ速いんだ。
Frickin' fast.
何しろとんでもないスピードが出るんだからさ。
Go at crazy high speeds. So, not worse in technology, but worse for Battler's sensibility.
Excellent. Time to punish him.
ってことは、船旅の時間がさらに短縮されたわけか。
Oh, that means less travel time, right?
そりゃ素晴らしい。
That sounds great.
何しろ飛行機よりマシとはいえ沈没の危険にさらされる時間が少しでも短くなるってんだからこりゃ極めて素晴らしいぜ。
Having to worry about sinking is less scary than being on a plane, but it'd still be awesome to get it over with as quick as possible.
バトラはまた落ちる。
Battler gonna go fall again?
そりゃ飛行機の時だけさ。もう大丈夫だぜ。
That's only on airplanes. Everything's fine now.
何しろ船長自慢の改造高速艇らしいぜ。
Anyway, it's the captain's pride and joy, a kind of modded high-speed boat.
だいぶいじってるらしく、
Seems he's got it pretty souped up.
プロペラは高性能のが4機もついてて、最高速度は40ノットを超えるとかなんとか自慢してたな。
He's bragging about how he attached 4 base high-efficiency propellers to make it break 40 knots or something like that. I admit to not knowing how much a knot is.
The nautical mile.
Oh, so
So
40 miles per
it's
hour.
roughly. It's not quite the same because of how distance works over the water versus over the land, but
いつも自慢されるんで
let's see if
覚
I
え
can
ちまったぜ。
figure it out. 40 knots is 46 miles per hour.
Yeah, so basically ish the same.
Yeah, it's roughly the same. It's like 1.1 miles per hour per knot, something like that.
Okay. Talks about it all the time, so I've sort of memorized the spiel. This poor girl who lives on an island with just her parents, her grandfather, and like, yeah, rich has servants, but also I would not envy her social circle.
僕も毎年聞かされるんで覚えちゃったよ。
Yeah, I've got it memorized too since we hear about it every year.
船長は昔、外国の漁船と速度比べをして負けて以来、スピード改造に取り憑かれちゃったんだってさ。
Captain says he's been obsessed with modding ever since he lost his speed contest with a foreign boat ages ago.
その時の相手は漁船なのに30ノット以上も出せたんだってね。
According to him, that opponent managed to break 30 knots with just a fishing boat.
その雪辱の念が結実して、スカッと爽快な超高速改造艇の誕生となったわけさ。
And his thirst for a revenge match got him to build an awesome all-new super high-speed modded boat.
バトラもきっと気に入るぜ。
I'm sure you'll just love it, Battler. Super high-speed modded boat? My first thought was that this would be much better than some beat-up boat that might sink at any moment. For some reason, I got this feeling of foreboding. Probably just overthinking.
Oi, バトラー。島までは泳いで行った方がいいんじゃねえか?
Hey, Battler, maybe you should just swim to the island.
バトラ君、柵からあんまり身を乗り出しちゃダメだよ。
Battler, you shouldn't lean over the railing too much.
落ちちゃうから。
You might fall.
落ちる。
Oh, oh.
チェックしよう。さっきからみんながニヤニヤ笑ってたのはこれだったのか。
You melodramatic little bitch. God damn it.
Damn it. So this is why you were all grinning back there. This is the super high-speed boat that the captain started modding. Oh yes, that piece of junk fishing boat from 6 years ago doesn't hold a candle to this guy. Whoa, it's shaking, it's shaking, it's shaking. Gonna fall, fall, fall.
Twist the knife, kid. Yeah! There you go!
Gonna fall, go fall, fall.
落ちたら海じゃねえかよ。溺れちまうぞ。パラシュートだじゃねえぜ。浮き輪はどこだ。
If I fall, I'll land in the ocean and drown. Where's the parachute? I mean, where's the buoy?
ライフジャケットをくれ。
Your life jacket.
なんだよバトラー。おめえそれ何の真似だよ。
Or what the heck are you doing that for?
ジェシカちゃんもマリアちゃんもいじめちゃ悪いって。バトラ君も怖いなら甲板に出なきゃいいのに。
Jessica, Maria, it's not nice to tease. Battler, if you're scared, then just don't come out on the deck.
船内ならもう少し怖くないと思うけどな。
I think you'll be able to calm down a bit if you go inside.
そいつはサンキューだぜ兄貴。海難事故の犠牲者はいつも船内なんだ。
That's no thank you, George. Shipwreck victims are always the one inside the boat.
生存者を抱いて事故時は甲板なんだぜ。
Drivers
He is
usually
really paranoid about this sort of thing. Enough to actually like look up statistics and shit. Apparently.
Yeah, absolutely. Like there is either a phobia or trauma or both.
Trauma-induced phobia.
Yeah. survivors are usually those on deck during the action.
だから俺はここにいる
No, I'm staying right here.
でも揺れる
Shaking.
落ちる
Gonna fall. Jake, gonna fall.
Keep twisting that knife, kid.
マリアよしなさいったら
Maria, I told you to behave yourself.
でもバトラ君本当に苦手なのね
Valor, it looks like you really can't handle it.
船長さんに速度を落とすように言ってきてあげるわ
I'll go tell the captain to slow down for you.
ローザおばさんありがとう
Hi, Rosa, thank you.
海の上でも安全運転徐行運転指差し確認
I can tell you now that safe slow driving is definitely the way to go, even on the sea.
ダメよローザ青年には試練も必要なんだから
I'll do that, Rosa.
I think you're just, like, having fun with this, Ava.
Yeah. Trials and tribulations are important for a young man.
ねえバトラ君
Isn't that right, Battler?
これくらいへっちゃらで克服できちゃうわよね
You'd better be able to overcome a little scare like this.
じゃないとおばさんとエジプトに行けないわよ
Otherwise, you'll never be able to go to Egypt with your aunt.
エヴァおばさんの意地悪
Oh, Ava, you're so
I like how this starts off as just like a kind of like somewhat weird slice of life.
Yeah, it really fits to kind of give you a sense of, like, just a snippet of what this family is. Before it all goes to shit. Oh, Aunt Ava, you're so mean. Oh no, I'm gonna fall.
ライフジャケットパラシュート
I know you're panicking, Battler, but I don't think a parachute's gonna help you on a boat.
I can tell that Battler's voice actor had fun in the recording booth.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
いやひっくり返して考えるんだ
Wait, gotta spin it around and think that way.
敵の狙いは何だ
What's the enemy aiming for?
俺をこうして怖がらせることか
Enemy?
You doing this to scare me?
そいつが狙いなら甘いぜビビってなんかやるのか
That's what he's aiming for. Too bad. Like hell, I'd be scared.
でもダメ落ちる
No, I'm gonna fall.
Another bit of criticism for the author.
Mm-hmm.
The scene lasted a little bit too long.
Yeah, that's fair.
Not a lot, and it's definitely like valuable for showing exactly what Balor's reaction is to this sort of thing.
Yeah.
But also just like a little bit too long. At least they didn't have like literally everyone on the boat react to this. Only a couple people.
Yeah. So after I made a huge fool of myself for a while, Aunt Rosa had to talk with the captain, and they slowed down to a more manageable speed for me.
これくらいならなんとか
That's a bit better.
さっきのは生きた心地がしなかったぜ
But I was gonna die earlier. Apparently the max
speed
I can tolerate is extremely slow. But that just now was completely insane. The whole boat was shaking,
Yeah, that's what happens when things go fast.
gliding and leaping on the ocean surface. Felt like I was riding on the back of a flying fish. Jessica was still guffawing at me as I leaned against the railing, tired and disheartened.
さっきは力比べで負けたけどよ。もっと重要な部分で負けてなかったことが分かって、私は嬉しいぜ。
I lost in that strength contest earlier, but I'm glad to know I'm no worse off where it really counts.
いや、しかし。
Seriously.
くっそー。好きなだけ笑えよ。
Go ahead and laugh.
いつか弱点を見つけ返して、てめえの胸揉みつぶしてやるぜ。
Come on, Battler.
One of these days, I'm gonna find your weakness and get back at you.
見つけられたら考えてやるぜ。
Yeah, sure. Good luck with that.
おお、バトラヘロヘロ。
Battler all week.
ああ、バトラヘロヘロだ。
Yeah, Battler all week.
海も空もごめんだぜ。俺は陸の上で死にたいさ。
I want to die on land, not in the ocean or the sky.
Come on, Battler. Where's your human ingenuity and spirit?
Ria was patting my back, so I patted her head in return. Her expression was blank as usual, but I realized that she wanted to console me.
バトラ君、船長が罪滅ぼしにってドリンクをサービスしてくれたよ。
Battler, the captain's throwing in drinks to make up for them.
飲んで一服しないかい？
You like one?
落ち着くよ。
To calm yourself down. George and Kumasawa brought us all ice-cold cans of soft drinks covered with cubes of water. Judging from Kumasawa-san's bright grin, our parents inside the boat were probably all rolling around laughing at my moment of pure terror. Yeah, because they're all assholes.
Oh, absolutely.
Damn it, I'm so embarrassed I can't bear to face any of them. If I didn't change the subject somehow, I had the feeling I'd be the butt of everyone's jokes for the whole trip, so I tried to think of something harmless to talk about.
Battler's gonna fuck this up too, isn't he?
クラウスおじさんと夏日おばさんは元気なのかよ。
Fairly normal. Hey Jessica, how are
Yeah.
Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsuhi doing?
親父とおふくろ？残念ながら元気だぜ。
My old man and mom? Unfortunately, they're fine.
二言目には勉強しろってうるせえけどよ。
So every other word out of their mouth is study, study, which pisses me off.
秀吉おじさんとかルドルフおじさんとか、そういうこと言わなそうだから羨ましいぜ。
I'm so jealous since it doesn't look like Uncle Hideyoshi or Uncle Rudolph would say stuff like that.
とんでもない。僕も受験を控えてた頃はいっつも受験って言われてたよ。
Oh no, before I had my exams, my parents kept pressing me about it over and over.
うるさくも思ったけど、今は感謝してるよ。
I thought it was annoying then, but now I'm grateful.
やっぱりジョージ兄貴は人間ができてるな。
I knew it. You really are awesome, George.
ちなみにうちは絶賛放任中だからな。
Anyway, I have to look after myself.
なんにも言われないぜ。
No one tells me what to do.
まあ、言われたって聞かねえけどな。
Well, it's not like I'd listen if they did.
バトラさんはまだご実家には戻られておられないのですか？
Butler, have you still not returned to your parents' home?
まあちょくちょく戻るようには。
Well, I kind of go back now and then.
まだ服とかだいぶ前の家に残してるんで。
Got lots of clothes and stuff left at the house I was living in until recently.
おお、バトラ、お家が2つある？
Butler has 2 houses.
まあな。
Something like that.
どうしてお家が2つ？
How do you have 2 houses? Only Maria, who couldn't really grasp the situation, voiced this naive question. However, the others just shot nervous glances at me, choosing not to respond even though they knew.
着き場が見えてきたぜ。
Maria, look, you can see the harbor now.
ほら、あれ。
Look, over there.
見えるか？
Can you see it?
I feel like the artist didn't quite get the memo when they were told that Maria doesn't make a lot of facial expressions.
Mm-hmm. A little bit. Saw the harbor, saw the harbor. Apparently Jessica was trying to be nice by changing the subject. Ah well. Rather not talk about it if I can help it, but it's uncomfortable to have it treated like some kind of weird taboo. I don't mind it that much myself anymore. I may be a member of the Ushiromiya family, but the truth is that for these last 6 years I've been living with my grandparents on my late mother's side, and I've even been using her family name. When those grandparents passed away one after the other, I basically had no choice but to go back and live with the old bastard. Don't get me wrong, I didn't just run away from home or anything like that. The only one at fault here is my dad. I don't really blame Kiri-san. Being able to hold that old bastard's reins and ride him out is no mean feat. Still, the way that old bastard betrayed my mom. Well, unfortunately, I still haven't fully gotten over that.
もうすぐ着くね。
Be getting there soon. George cleared his throat, trying to change the subject.
失礼しました。
Please forgive my indiscretion.
年寄りが余計なことを言ってしまったようで。
Seems this old woman has said too much already.
お気に障りましたら。
I have hurt your feelings.
気にもしてないし、触ってもないぜ。
I don't mind it, and no one's feelings are.
気にすんなよ、熊沢のばあちゃん。
Don't worry about it, Kumasawa. Kumasawa seemed to regret speaking out of turn, but I was more concerned about being worried over for something like that, so I stood up and passed it off lightly. That I had a sip of my drink and headed over to Maria and Jessica, who were gazing at the silhouette of the island. Atler, I saw the island, saw the island! There, there, there!
どれどれ。おお、見えてきたな。
Where is it? Oh, I see it now.
6年ぶりでも記憶と寸分変わらない島影だぜ。
I should hope it hadn't changed.
Yeah, really.
That would be some like severe geological activity.
Where is it? Oh, I see it now. Even after 6 years, the island hasn't changed a bit. Small island silhouette in front of us had gotten pretty close. Island's name is Rokkenjima. It's a small island about 10 kilometers around, located in the Izu archipelago. Since they call this archipelago the Izu 7, lots of people think there are only 7 islands. That's not true. There's actually several more, and Rokkenjima is one of the minor islands that don't get counted. Even if that weren't the case, I doubt you'd find many people who knew about this island. Only people connected to the Ushiromiya family ever go there. In other words, outsiders and tourists never have any reason to care about it. So you'll never find this island's name in a travel book. After all of Rokkenjima is an estate possessed by the Ushiromiya. Only the Ushiromiya family lives there, and only people connected to the family come and go to and from there. Nothing there except a harbor and a mansion. The vast majority of the island is still just uncultivated forest. Such a waste when it
Valor,
could be made into a nice golf course or something, right?
What the Valor? What the fuck? Ugh.
Like, he's gonna say shortly that he's not that bougie, but he is that bougie.
Ugh.
However, when you realize that the entire coastline is a private beach, it starts to sound pretty magnificent. You've probably guessed by now, but to put it simply, well, the Ushiromiya family is just rolling in dough. Head family apparently possesses a vast fortune. Head family and Dad and the others who make up the branch families have built up plenty of wealth for themselves, finding success in their respective businesses. I've been living a commoner's life at my grandparents' home these 6 years, so I'd completely forgotten. But the old bastard's house really is elegant, and everything about it is tuned to match the snobbish taste of the annoyingly rich. Come to think of it, I guess that makes George, Jessica, Maria, and me wealthy, high-class gentlemen and ladies. Well, Battler, as they say, you can't actually buy classiness. You can buy your way
as
into
evidenced
higher
by your
social
fucking
class.
zip-up jacket. Ah!
Yeah. Needless to say, none of us think of ourselves that way at all. I don't see myself as being rich, and George, who takes self-discipline very seriously, doesn't let himself get too comfortable. Jessica is always complaining that she'd rather move to the city than be rich. And Maria is still a kid who isn't even interested in money at all. Does that attitude really make us any less snobbish? From the perspective of people in poverty who can't pay the bills, we really have been blessed with a lot. This isn't the place to explain any further, so I won't.
At least he recognizes that much.
And
like, just because like he doesn't want the money doesn't mean he hasn't like gotten a whole bunch of advantage out of it.
oh yeah, absolutely. Like, that's the one thing I'll give Battler for sure, is he has a slight bit of, like, class consciousness.
It's probably because he lived with his grandparents in the commoner, as he called it,
Yeah.
lifestyle.
Anyway, it's the same as not being able to choose the parents you're born.
Hell, the fact that he called it commoner lifestyle is evidence enough that
Yeah.
he's not as class conscious as he thinks he is.
True enough. I didn't ask to be born into a rich family. And I don't think it's really something to be envied. It can be pretty trying when people are prejudiced against you just because you're rich and refuse to judge you by your merits.
You can't see it, but I'm looking at this man like he is literal garbage. And I've just stepped in.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, a little bit. Like, I sort of get it in that, like, obviously you don't want to be treated super well just because you're rich and not know, like, who you can trust kind of thing, but also,
Oh, yeah,
like,
absolutely.
also cry me a fucking river.
Yeah. I'm never gonna say that that rich people can't have problems either. Obviously, yes, there are problems that come with being rich that like other wealth classes will never like experience at all.
Yeah, absolutely.
However, that shit's potatoes compared to some other shit that people go through.
Yeah. As I pondered these sentimental thoughts, Maria started shouting and leaning over the railing. Gone.
どうしたんだよ、マリア。
Wrong, Maria.
何か落としちゃったのか？
Did you drop something? Gone, gone. Maria kept yelling, gone, gone. First, it sounded as though she had dropped something, but while she shouted, she also pointed out over the ocean.
どうしたの？
And here's the first weird event, I'm assuming.
何がないんだい？僕も探してあげるよ。
What's wrong? What's gone? I'll look for it too if you want.
何？
What is it?
ん？
If she dropped something, she probably would have looked down at the floor, but Maria was pointing out over the ocean. One would assume by that gesture that she had spotted something, but she kept saying that something wasn't there. Strange. However, since my last memories of this place came from 6 years ago, I was able to spot it before George, who comes here every year.
あれ？確かさ、この辺の小さい岩の上に鳥居みたいなのがなかったっけ？
If I remember correctly, wasn't there a torii or something on top of a small crag around here?
そうだ、確かにあったぜ。
I'm gonna look up the torii gates to show off to us, right? So people know what they're
島
talking
に近
about.
づいてくると最初に迎えてくれる目印みたいなもんだったからよく覚えて
Right,
る
it
ぜ。
was definitely there. I remember it well, since as we get closer to the island, it's the first thing to greet us like a landmark.
へえ。
These things. This one's just a model, but this is a torii gate. It's these things.
よく覚えてるもんだぜ。
Wow, you're amazing, Battler. Even though it's been 6 years, you
あ
remembered.
ったね。
Here, wasn't it?
僕も思い出したよ。
Remember too.
真珠の社と鳥居みたいなものが岩の上にポツンと立ててあったよ。
The tutelary god shrine and the torii-like thing were standing all alone on that crag.
そういえばないね。
Now that you mention it, they are gone, aren't they?
去年は確かにあったと思う。
Pretty sure they were still there last year.
And a slight interruption to explain what tutelary deity is. A tutelary deity is like a local god. It's a deity of a specific place or like person, even. It's just like a god of something very specific rather than being like fire or whatever. It's like of this island, of that mountain, of this family, of that job.
Yep, and there
Sort
is
of thing.
actually a Shinto god, tutelary god to North America, just because we do have a significant enough Japanese population that eventually became a thing.
I'm trying to remember. Right. In Western culture, a tutelary deity could be considered something like Saint Michael or Saint George, who are the patron saints of chivalry and police officers, paramedics, the military, that sort of thing. That's a tutelary deity. Even if they're not actually like gods in the mythology that most people in the West follow, that's still like the definition of a tutelary deity as a supernatural being that is the patron of a specific thing.
Right, and some people, like some cultures, took larger gods to then also be tutelary gods, like, you know, Athena being the goddess of Athens.
Yeah.
And there was, like, that kind of back and forth where a statue of God was taken out of a city when it was being sieged.
Just, you know, some quick background for everyone so they don't have to look it up themselves or struggle to understand like weird shit that they haven't looked into before, etc., etc.
Maybe they were.
Although I'm sure like I'm sure like half of our fucking audience at least like understands what a tutelary deity is, but you know, just in case.
Yeah, it never hurts.
For people watching the VOD later, for people browsing and just like finding us randomly, etc.
Yep. 小さい岩だったしな。 だいぶ風化で脆くなってたんだろうさ。
It was a small crag, so it was probably got worn away over time.
私もそうだと思ってるんだけどよ。なくなっちゃったのはこの夏のことなんだよ。
That's my theory too. It was last summer that it disappeared.
なんでもよ。
But they say...
ある晩に大きな稲妻が落ちて、お社を砕いてしまったんだとか。
They say an enormous lightning bolt came crashing down one evening and smashed the shrine.
神樹様に落雷があるなど、これは不吉の兆しに違いないと。
Fishermen whispered that having a thunderbolt fall... Sorry, I didn't think keyword. Huh. Fishermen whisper that having a thunderbolt fall upon our honored tutelary god must be a portent of approaching misfortune.
I know that one's a prayer. I just don't remember what it means. No, okay, yeah.
Kurosawa
smiled
impishly
yeah.
as if teasing us, rubbing her hands together while intoning a Japanese phrase meant to ward off lightning. However, Maria apparently took this seriously. And stared fixedly over the ocean to where the crag housing the shrine god was supposed to be.
A lot of, for people unfamiliar with Japanese religious / spiritual culture, a lot of Japanese phrases for like these religious things are so old that no one knows exactly what they mean anymore, and we haven't been able to find out today either. There's a lot of theories floating about, but nothing like concrete, and that's why like they don't actually get translated in stuff like this, is because like it's just the phrase it's just a phrase that's meant to do this thing, and no one actually knows what it's supposed to mean.
Yeah, absolutely.
So.
Portent of misfortune. Good on you for being able to pronounce portent.
Yoseyo, Kumasawa-san.
No, Kumasawa.
Maria はそういう冗談の通じない年頃なんだからさ。
Maria isn't old enough to get that kind of joke.
大丈夫だよ、マリアちゃん。偶然だよ。何も怖いことなんか起きないよ。
It's okay, Maria. It's just a coincidence. Nothing scary is gonna happen.
I know you're not trying to lie to the kid, George, but
you are lying.
Don't lie to the kid, George. There's gonna be some awful shit going down here in a little bit.
Yeah, George put a hand on Maria's shoulder to calm her down. Maria's sharp-eyed expression didn't waver. Fortune. Maria muttered that word over and over. Apparently, repeating a single word over and over is a habit that Maria's had for a long time. Again, neurodivergent / autistic mood.
So you've done that too?
Mm-hmm. Like, I got caught up on phrases more than a single word, but like, in a cartoon, I'd see someone say, I have the memory of an elephant, and I kept saying it for a long time.
Fair enough.
Even though I honestly never had a good memory.
A bit odd to me hearing about stuff like that, because that is, at least to some extent, pretty typical, pretty neurotypical for like kids to get stuck on certain phrases.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's
but obviously it's in a different way than what I remember.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, yeah, it can happen to neurotypical people, but it happens to neurodivergent people more, and especially autistic kids.
So I can think of a few phrases that I similarly got stuck on when I was young. Not so much anymore, but although I do still sometimes have phrases that stick out to me, but that's sort of like a, you know, like when something's like a really raw fucking line, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna keep that in my brain for a while. That one's really good.
Yeah,
sort of deal. Rather than actually like properly getting stuck on it.
Yeah.
Like, what was that one? Something like steal the pen to write your own demise.
Yes. Yes, I remember that one.
Hold on, let me find it real quick. It wasn't too far back. Well, I actually can't access the search menu in Discord while you're sharing your screen. It's kind of rude.
Huh.
On Discord's part.
Nope, I can't do it either. Or wait, here we go. It's above.
Borrow the pen. Yeah. Oh yeah, there he goes. Yeah, I see that. It's borrow the pen to write your own demise. Yeah. I gotta use that somewhere, but I can't think of anything yet. Anyway, let's continue before we get stuck on this again.
However, since the word she was saying was literally an ill omen, it was a bit creepy.
おいおいマリア、そんなに何度も繰り返してたら本当に不吉がやってきちまうぜ。
Hey now, Maria, if you say it over and over like that, misfortune will really end up happening, you know? I tapped Maria's other shoulder. Maria whipped her head around, stared into my face, and spoke unblinkingly. Fortune is coming.
Oh
来
shit.
るってどこからさ。
Huh? And just where is it coming from? Answered lightheartedly, trying to break the tension in the air. At that moment, Maria held up a finger, raised her arm high, and pointed up to the heavens. When I looked up, I saw that the sky was still just as cloudy, but it had grown a great deal more leaden than it had been that morning.
Okay, for skeptic brain is in this situation you might say, oh, she's probably just remembering that fucking weather report and how the typhoon's coming and all that, and then like lightning comes from the sky. It's not a hard connection to make. However, this is also a supernatural horror visual novel, so
Yeah,
she's a little kid in a supernatural horror novel, so it's sort of like, yeah, she's got some insight here that most people aren't gonna have, just because that's how storytelling works.
Right, they were saying that a typhoon was approaching. We had planned to spend one night on the island, but if this storm doesn't pass quickly, I won't be able to make it to school on Monday. Well, I guess it makes for a pretty good excuse to be absent. He apparently sent some kind of misfortune.
That's way too many periods for the start of that.
Yeah, she apparently sensed some kind of misfortune in this cloudy sky. I've been muttering that nonstop for a while now. Girls at Maria's age tend to be very impressionable. She's just about the age that many girls start to get excited about sixth senses, where they have any psychic potential and stuff. For all we know, this might be due to her childish sensitivity.
大丈夫だよ、マリアちゃん。
Okay, Maria.
天気は今夜くらいには崩れるかもしれないけど、明日には良くなって綺麗な青空になってるよ。
The weather might get worse.
Oh,
than
fuck,
that,
George, you jinxed it.
but tomorrow it'll clear up and become a pretty blue sky. Now, George doesn't know he's lying, but he's also making a promise that he doesn't know for a fact.
He also should be smart enough to know that like hurricanes and typhoons don't clear up in just like one day.
Like, at the very least, not a pretty blue sky. Pretty blue sky.
そう、明日になれば 綺麗な青空になるよ。
That's right, by tomorrow it'll be a pretty. You know, this is actually something I'm noticing about George on a second read through. He's really prone, even in this first bit, to just go ahead and lie for convenience's sake.
To be fair, like you wouldn't normally like not do this for a kid. Like if they're worried about a storm or whatever, you normally like give them little white lies to reassure them.
Oh yeah, but also like the white lie to Battler about the plane not shaking.
Oh, I'm pretty sure that one was just to make fun of him.
I mean,
rather than being a like an inoffensive white lie, I'm pretty sure he was actively trying to make sure that Battler would freak out because he thinks it's funny.
Possibly.
止まない雨はないし、晴れない雲だってない。
But he is also just a bit of an appeaser in general.
Mm.
There's no rain that doesn't end and no clouds that never clear.
おー、止まない雨、晴れない雲。
That doesn't end, clouds that never clear.
ふー。
確かに台風が近づいてるけどよ、すぐに過ぎちまうって。
I know the typhoon's coming, but soon it'll go away.
大丈夫さ、マリア。
It'll be okay, Marie. Maria started yelling, ooh, ooh. Looked as though she was having a tantrum because no one could understand what she was trying to say. What in the world is Maria trying so desperately to warn us about? Able to understand her, we couldn't help but feel a vague sense of misfortune. Heard that everyone can feel the supernatural, but that it weakens as you age. That might mean that Maria, the youngest one of us all, still possessed some kind of sense that the rest of us had lost. Wonder if that sense is sending her a warning. At that moment, Kumasawa quietly opened her mouth.
Battler kind of superstitious, huh?
Rokkenjima wa sono mukashi.
Well, maybe a little stitious.
Rumor has it that long ago, Rokkenjima was.
熊沢さん、その話はなしにしようぜ。
Sawa, let's not talk about that right now. Just as Kumasawa was about to tell some kind of story, Jessica sharply interrupted her. Jessica's tone was extremely firm for her. I wanted to push her further just out of simple curiosity. But judging by the look on Jessica's face, whatever Kumasawa was likely to say would probably make Maria even more uneasy. I did try to press her for the story. The odds were pretty good that it wouldn't be anything frightening.
それは申し訳ございませんね。
You apologize about
ここの
that.
風は年寄りには応えますんで、ちょっと失礼させていただきます。
Wind here is hard to bear for the elderly, so if you would excuse me. Gossipers have no reason to hang around when they've been told to stop chatting. When Kumasawa finally realized that she'd overstepped her bounds, she went back inside the boat.
I know we're getting this from Battler's point of view, but I don't think that she's a gossiper. I think she's more likely just like doing the thing that you do when you know something. You're trying to like know something relevant. You're trying to say, right? Especially since the conversation started with like superstitious stuff about the Torii Gate.
Yeah. After she left, Uncle Hideyoshi showed up in her place. Since he'd arrived mid-conversation, he completely failed to notice the complicated atmosphere that hung about the scene. They were refreshingly and unwittingly swept that atmosphere aside. So, in the end, it was his lack of tact that brightened the mood.
もう到着だそうやないか。
Like we're almost there.
おお、もうちょいやの。
Okay, just a bit more.
今日はのんびりスピードだから時間がかかってもうたわ。
Took forever at the speed we went today, didn't it?
誰のせいやねん。
Wonder whose fault that was.
うわ、秀吉おじさんもう勘弁してくださいよ。
Uncle Hideyoshi, give me a break already.
もっと言ってやってください。
Come on, don't stop there.
バトラのせいで時間かかりすぎだぜ。
Seriously, thanks to Battler here, it's taken forever. Rhea probably thought that everyone was refusing to listen to her. Hung her head wearing a fretful expression. As she did, George crouched down to meet her eyes and spoke to her kindly.
マリアちゃん、何も怖くないよ。だって、僕たちが一緒だもの。
Rhea, there's nothing to be afraid of because we're all together.
一緒だと何も怖くないんだよ。
Nothing to be afraid of if we're together.
言ってごらん。
Go ahead and say it.
一緒だと何も怖くない。
There's nothing to be afraid of if we're together.
うん。一緒だと何も怖くない。
There's nothing to be afraid of if we're with each other.
そうさ、ジョージの兄貴の言う通りだぜ。俺たちが一緒にいると、いつだって何だって絶対に怖くねえんだ。な、ジェシカ。
Ah, yes, the power of friendship.
But a good way to divert a kid.
It's true.
That's right, exactly what George said. If we stick together, there'll never be anything at all to be afraid of, right, Jessica?
ああ、間違いないぜ。ジョージ兄さんの言うことはいつも本当だよ、マリア。
No doubt about that. What George says is always true, Marie.
Now you're just setting her up for disappointment later.
Yeah, a little bit.
Like, not even, like, related to, like, the whole thing that's gonna happen here, but just, like, in general.
Yeah, absolutely. George, always true.
うん。僕は嘘をつかないよ。だから信じて。みんなと一緒にいれば何も怖くないんだよ。
Yes, I don't lie, so trust me. There's nothing to be afraid of if we're all together.
Adler's slowly turning to fucking dust later. Slowly turning to dust as he recalls how he was lied to about the plane shaking.
Yeah.
ジョージお兄ちゃんは嘘をつかない。信じる。
George doesn't lie. I trust you.
みんなと一緒にいれば怖くない。
Nothing to worry about. We're all together.
怖くない。
Not afraid. Rhea jumped into George's arms and hugged him tightly. After George patted her head, she jumped away again. Her facial expression had undergone a 180-degree change, turning back to normal. Once again, the ordinary Maria.
みんなと一緒だからもう怖くない。
Nothing
And
to
now
be
she's
afraid-
just gonna repeat that to herself like a fucking mantra.
Yep, there's nothing to be afraid of anymore because we're together.
ああ、そうだぜ。
Now that's it?
もう平気みたいだな。
You look all better.
マリアは強いな。偉いぜ。
Strong, and that's awesome.
マリア偉い。
I'm awesome.
なんや、どうしたんや。マリアちゃん、船酔いだったんか。
Hey now, what's going on here? Maria didn't get seasick, did she?
ん？
まあ、そんなとこです。
Well, something like that.
もうじき着きますね。
We'll be arriving soon. harbor was
Yes,
already...
normally when people say that, it actually is something similar to that, but in this case, not quite.
Yeah, not really.
And it must have taken fucking forever to do that fucking pattern around the edges.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that there is significance to the 12 being red there. Aside from it just, being midnight.
Oh, welcome to Rokkenjima. Do hope you enjoy your stay. The boat gave a big shudder. Seems we've docked at the harbor. Boat driver came out and jumped to the pier with mooring rope. A large
Phoenix
man...
is smashing his head into my chest right now. Screwy asshole.
A large man in a tuxedo was waiting there for us with a warm smile. Didn't recognize his face, but judging by his clothes, I guessed he was a servant of the Romia head household.
お嬢様、お帰りなさいませ。だいぶ遅かったので心配しておりました。
Welcome home, lady. You were so late in returning that I began to worry.
This one's not wearing the crest.
Nope, it seems to be just Genji.
心配ありがとう。
Ah, thanks for caring.
ウドの大木が怖がっちゃってよ。それで徐行運転だったってわけ。
This moron got so scared we had to slow down. I will just mention, do not call someone stupid or a moron, not for disliking childish insults, but it is actually, like, words used to make fun of disabled people.
Hold still, buddy. Phoenix is trying to clean my arm. Sorry, I'm trying to get him to hold still.
Ah.
Stop it. You motherfucker. If you keep being like this, I'm gonna kick you off my lap again. You gotta learn to hold still.
マジでうぜえぜ。
Seriously annoying.
うるせえ。いつか逆の立場になったら覚えてろ。
Someday when the shoe's on the other foot, you'll remember this. At this rate, word will spread to the whole family, and I'll be the big conversation piece during dinner. Even without this, everyone would be talking about me because of that 6-year gap, but now I've given them an even juicier topic. Why does the Ushoromiya family have to live on this isolated island? In the meantime, the boat had finished its mooring. A small plank was lowered so that we could get down. One by one, our parents came up from inside the boat.
皆様、長旅お疲れ様でした。
Must all be quite tired from your long trip.
奥様、お手をどうぞ。
Madam, please allow me to assist.
ありがとう。お久しぶりね。ゴーダさんもお元気？
Thank you. It's been a while, Goda. How are you?
ありがとうございます。
Thank you for your concern.
おかげさまで、毎日元気にお勤めをさせていただいております。
Always my pleasure to serve.
バトラ君はゴーダさんとは初対面じゃない？
Atler, isn't this your first time meeting Goda?
確か6年前はお勤めじゃなかったですよね。
If I'm not mistaken, you weren't working here 6 years ago, right?
はい。ですので、バトラ様とは初めてご挨拶させていただきます。
Indeed, so please allow me to greet him for the first time.
はじめまして、バトラ様。
Honor to meet you, Atler.
Fat boy.
ああ。俺もタッパには多少の自信があったんだが、でっけえ人だな。
Pretty confident about my height, but you're huge.
紛れもなく初対面だぜ。
Definitely our first meeting.
こんな大男あったら絶対忘れないさ。
Never forget meeting a big guy like you.
どうも、はじめまして。
Pleasure.
バトラス。
I'm Battler.
お待ち申し上げておりました。一昨年から後宮本家にお仕えさせていただいております使用人のゴーダと申します。
I was looking forward to meeting you. I am Goda, your servant, and I've been working for the Ushoromiya head family for since the year before last.
どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。
Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
何かご用命がございましたらいつでもお申し付けください。
If there is anything you need, please feel free to rely on me at any time.
ゴーダさん、お久しぶりです。
Goda, it's been some time.
ジョージ様、ご無沙汰をいたしております。
Been too long, George.
お手をどうぞ。
Please allow me to assist you.
あんた相変わらず大した接客のプロや。
As usual, you're a pro at welcoming guests.
もし食に困ったらいつでもわしに声をかけるんやで。
If you ever need a job, just let me know, okay?
いつでも雇ったろ。
I'd hire you anytime.
これは身に余る光栄です。
Do me too much honor.
どうぞお手を、秀吉様。
Please allow me to assist you, Hideo. Oda then let a hand to everyone as they disembarked, greeting them as they passed. Speech and mannerisms had the refined polish of a professional. It was very graceful in contrast with his initially tough-looking appearance. Large size made him seem a bit scary at first, but he was much more polite than my first impression had led me to believe. Claimed to have served on the island for 2 years, but he had doubtlessly worked at a similar job somewhere before. After everybody disembarked, the mooring rope was untied and the boat started to steer away from the harbor, probably returning to its home port on Nijima. Captain waved his hand in farewell. Maria conscientiously waved her hand back.
なんだかさっきから違和感があると思ったら。
Now that
あれ
I
だな。
think about it, that must be why I felt something out of place for a while.
海猫の声を聞いてないぜ。
Can't hear the cries of the seagulls.
海猫？鳥のか？
Seagulls? The birds? If I remember correctly, whenever we came to this island in the past, the seagulls always greeted us with their lively cries.
In Japan, I don't think a seagull sounds very much like a cat. I just gotta point that out real quick, that I did not know Umineko meant fucking seagull, or translated as seagull anyway. Because, like, literally, that now that I know what it means, like, that splits up into sea cat. It's just like, what? Hold on. That don't make any sense.
Fair enough. Because of that, whenever I hear the cries of seagulls anywhere else, I get the feeling that I'm coming to a family call.
Poor bastard.
Except for the small part of the island where those of the head family live, Rokkenjima has been left uncultivated, which apparently makes it a paradise for wild birds. Supposedly there was a cliff somewhere that housed a huge seagull colony. So this island was always full of seagulls. Not having those seagulls here to greet us made me feel a bit lonely.
どうしたのバトラ君。
What's wrong, Battler?
ああ、ローザおばさん。いやー、別に。海猫の声が聞こえないんで、なんか寂しいなーって。
Oh, Aunt Rosa. It's nothing really. I was just thinking it's a bit lonely without the cries of the seagull.
あら、そういえばそうね。
Hi, that's true now that you mention
い
it.
っつも賑やかなのに、今日はさっぱりいないわね。
Even though they're always so noisy, today there isn't one to be seen.
どうして海猫いない？
Yeah, see, like, I know way too much about, like, how supernatural shit's supposed to work, at least according to folklore and legend and all that stuff, so as soon as, like, someone said that to me, or I noticed that myself, I'd be like, nah, I'm gone. I'm out. Fuck you. Hey, fisherman, come back! I'm leaving. I'm getting the fuck out of here. I ain't staying for this shit. Ain't no goddamn way.
I know seagulls.
海猫たちも今日はよそで集まりがあるからかな。
Maybe it's because the seagulls are having a get-together somewhere too?
マリアも海猫見たかったの？
Rhea, did you want to see the seagulls?
見たかった。
Wanted to see them.
なんだってこうもまるっきりいねえんだ。
Still, it's a bit strange there isn't even a single one around.
ジェシカがみんな焼き鳥にして食っちまったんかな。
Maybe Jessica grilled them and ate them all.
物騒なこと言うんじゃねえ。
Hell, don't say disturbing stuff like that.
マリアが勘違いするだろ。
Get Maria believing it.
ジェシカお姉ちゃんが焼き鳥にした。
Jessica grilled him. Jessica grilled him.
してないしてない。
Did not. I did not.
そんなの私がするわけねえだろ。
Why the hell would I do something like that?
そうだそうだ。ジェシカが焼き鳥にしたんだ。
That's right. That's right. Jessica grilled him.
皮につくねにレバーに投げまん。
Skin and meatballs.
Kid's gonna fucking grow up thinking that her cousin, like, captures wild birds and grills them.
Yeah.
That is not what Battler said, Maria. Holy shit. Wow.
Cosmo, hey.
Nope, I don't have chat up. Hold on. Let's see. There we go. Hi.
Glad you can make it in. We've been going for a few hours now. 4 to be exact.
Even just the right time to hear this kid completely misinterpret what Battler was saying and make it so much worse. Swim in meat dolls. Oh,
Got that
actually,
one right, though.
hold on. I gotta send that to Trig as just like a brain teaser.
Oh, yeah. Are you in a area that's gonna get hit by, the cold weather?
Is there like a cold front coming or something like that?
Oh, yeah. We're getting... a few different storms coming through. I'm in, like, the center of the country, so we're not getting hit with the brunt of it, but places like Florida and further north of there, but not quite as inland, are on watch.
Fair enough. I was wondering. I haven't been paying attention to the weather too much lately. But it has, like, suddenly much colder.
Yeah, though I usually know, because usually Bo is talking about Texas's power grid.
No, yeah, that is something that does need to be discussed, to be fair.
Yep. And, giving the PSA about that.
Dolls, though. Oh, God.
I made fun of Jessica. Maria tagged along looking like she was having fun. Oh, I never guessed she was such a good sport. Pray, from today on, I'll make you my #1 follower. As I smiled at her, she beamed, looking overjoyed, possibly because she was happy about this little connection we made with each other.
違うよ、マリアちゃん。野鳥って天気や気圧の変化に敏感なんだそうだよ。
No one noticed the swim in meat dolls thing? Was that just a translation issue then?
No, I don't think it's a translation issue. I think they're just dealing with the fact that she mangled some words. Because she's like 9.
Yes. Fuck.
That's not it, Maria. I've heard wild birds are attuned to changes in the weather and atmospheric pressure. The weather will probably get worse tonight.
末、早めに引き上げてるのかもしれないね。
Seagulls might have returned to their nests early. Yep, sometimes you just gloss over it.
I suppose.
Yeah, this is
because I'm used to like taking note of that sort of thing, just because like I find it very interesting and it's good for creative stuff.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
like throw random phrases at Trig and he'll come up with abominations for it. So
yeah, absolutely.
焼き鳥じゃない？シェシカお姉ちゃんが焼き鳥にしたんじゃない？
Hot grill? Jessica didn't grill him?
違う私はそんなことしないって。
Oh no, I wouldn't do something like that.
ほら、バトラも嘘だったって認めろよ。
Tyler, you admit right now that you lied.
バトラ君、マリアちゃんは素直な子だから、そういう冗談でも真に受けちゃうんだよ。
Again, neurodivergent mood. Battler, Maria is a naive girl, so she takes even jokes seriously.
冗談も少し選んだ方がいいよ。
You choose your jokes more carefully. George gently scolded me, and though I outstripped him in height, George was still George, of course. There was no choice but to obediently apologize.
Battler gets scolded for something like that, but not like the weird like boob fondling thing that he did with Jessica earlier.
Yeah, that weird ass joke. Sure, my bad.
マリア、今のは冗談だ。
Maria, that was a joke.
ウミネコたちは今日は素でおとなしくしてるってさ。
Seagulls are all taking it easy in their nest today, that's all.
バトラは嘘？ジョージお兄ちゃんは本当？
Battler lied. George told the truth. Had she actually been tricked despite all that fun she was having? Pure eyes made me feel guilty. Maybe I went a little overboard with her after all.
ああ、そうだそうだ。
Yeah, that's right, that's
ジョー
right.
ジ兄貴が言ったのが本当だ。
George said it's true.
天気が悪いんで、今日は引き上げたんだろうよ。
Weather's bad, so they probably went home for the day.
いなくなったわけじゃないんだぜ。
Doesn't mean they're gone.
ね、おばさん。
Right, Aunt Rosa?
そうよ。明日以降、天気が良くなったら、きっと戻ってきて、ミャーミャーと声を聞かせてくれるわ。
That's right. Tomorrow, when the weather gets better, I'm sure they'll come back so we can hear them cry like they always do.
うん。天気良くなって戻ってくるの待つ。明日まで待つ。
But wait until the weather gets better and they come back. Gonna wait until tomorrow.
天気良くなるまで待つ。
And wait until the weather's better. Maria was in a lighter mood and was looking forward to tomorrow, when the seagulls would come back and fill the skies. Still, George was really amazing at taking care of kids. Yeah, it is a funny coincidence, because in game, in what's going on here, a typhoon is gonna come through. I think I remember George taking good care of me as well when I was a brat 6 years ago.
No, you're still a brat.
George, that's probably your gift.
ジョージ君は小さい子の面倒を見るのがうまいわね。
George is amazing at taking care of young kids.
保育士さんでも務められるんじゃない？
If you wanted to, I bet you'd be great with a job in childcare, don't you think?
なあ、ジョージ兄さんの転職っぽいぜ。
It's almost like George was born to do something like that.
私的には社長室でビジネスってより、そっちの方が兄さんのイメージだぜ。
Personally, I think that'd suit you better than doing business in some company president's office.
まさか。保育士さんは立派なお仕事だよ。
Oh no, childcare is a fine career path.
単なる子供好き程度に務まる仕事じゃないね。
But it's not a job where merely liking children.
That's true.
Yeah, that's definitely true. You have to have a lot of patience. And be able to take the time with a lot of kids, not just one. Some of them are going to be more disruptive than others.
And for George to be a nanny, taking care of one kid at a time.
Yeah.
I don't think that's modesty, Rosa. I think he just understands that it takes a lot more than just being nice to his family to be good at that sort of job.
Yeah, just to be nice to his little cousin isn't the same. Really are modest, George.
でも、バトラ君も子供のあやし方が上手よ。
But Battler is quite good with children.
さっきはほんの少しの間だけど、マリアとっても楽しそうだった。
Just a second ago, even though it didn't last long, Maria seemed to be having a lot of fun.
これからも今みたいに遊んであげてね。
Please keep on playing with her like you did just now.
冗談は選んで。だけどね。
Just choose your jokes more carefully, okay? Aunt Rosa winked at me, giggling.
Probably a good thing that you're doing most of the narration here, because I would actually just be like asterisk, asterisk, giggle, asterisk.
Yeah, I just skip over that. She's a real mother, I thought to myself. Happy to see Maria having fun.
Oi, Rosa!
I'm on, Rosa.
それにガキどもも何やってんだ。行くぞ。
You brats too. What the hell are you doing? Let's get going.
I'm gonna throw my boot through the screen at you.
Okay, we're coming. The old bastard was waving for us to hurry up. Yeah, we needed to get moving. We might as well have this conversation after setting our luggage down in our rooms.
それでは皆様、お泊まりのゲストハウスの方へご案内させていただきます。
Now then, everyone allow me to lead you to the guest house where you will spending the night.
どうぞこちらへ。
Please this way. Oda called to everyone and led the way. Masawa brought up the rear. But it'll be a lovely place to just take a walk, though.
Yeah, but not while the seagulls are gone and the shrine just got struck by lightning.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you were not there for that, Cosmo. There was a shrine with a torii gate that apparently last year got destroyed by a lightning strike. A serpentine twisting path led through a dim forest. It ran a bit uphill. Yeah, we're putting up all the warning flags now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And then like the kid, Maria, was repeating the word misfortune, misfortune, misfortune over and over again.
Yep.
And was talking about how there was misfortune coming from the sky soon, and shit like that.
Yeah, when she was asked where this misfortune was coming from, she pointed straight up. Also,
there's some not good shit going on.
That reminds me, I will make use of this command. Not that anything's coming up in the near future, but hey, just a reminder, there are content warnings that you can make use of if you have concerns. Yeah, a little bit of an oracle.
Or at the very least, very sensitive to what's going on and what's about to happen.
Yeah, basically, for the most part, if there's something that horrible that other people do to each other, check the warnings. That, is a trigger or a potential trigger for you. It does not show a lot as far as gore. It's at most blood from what I've seen, and then just a lot more literary description.
Which we'll probably be reading out loud when the time comes.
Yeah,
but
Yeah, we will be reading it out loud just in case anyone is using this as a podcast type deal. I guess the path was made all twisty, so the slope wouldn't seem too steep. I'd have been happier if they'd had the guts to make some stairs in a straight line. Oh, Battler, that would be awful. No doubt they made the path twist on purpose to put on airs of distance in it. Before long, we saw the garden-style stones. From here on, I do have some memories. Of these, and top of the stone steps, we saw a beautiful guest house.
Okay. I thought the stream broke because my screen went completely white for a second.
Nope, just fading in.
Which it occasionally that actually it happens occasionally when the stream does break on Discord. So instead of showing a black screen, it shows a white screen. So
gotcha. Its facade was lovely, of course, but more importantly, we couldn't enter its doors without having our hearts stolen away by the splendor of the beautiful rose garden spreading before it.
Ha! 今年も相変わらず大したもんや。
It's as beautiful as ever this year.
目の保養とはこのことやで。
Real delight for the eye. After climbing the stone steps, the people greeted by this rose garden gave voice to their impressions one by one.
今年は少し花に元気がないんじゃない？
Is it just me, or are the flowers a little less lively this year?
やっぱり夏があまり暑くなかったせいかしら。
Probably because it wasn't that hot this summer.
そのせいもあるかと思います。
I also believe that was a factor.
去年の先に比べると、今年は少々実を取るのが残念です。
Sadly, this year's blooming is a tad inferior when compared to last year's. Even so, it was a delightful rose garden. I remembered that even 6 years ago, huge numbers of roses had greeted us every year. This rose garden was the first thing that greeted people who came to Rokkenjima. And our parents, who came every year, couldn't help but give voice to their admiration. In fact, it had seemed to have undergone a power-up from the garden in my memories of 6 years.
いつ見てもすごいわね。
This place is always so amazing.
自宅にこれだけのバラ園があったら、さぞや素敵でしょうに。
It would be wonderful to have a rose garden like this. Also, I'm just gonna call out Kiri here as like a bit of a gender mood. Like a dress suit style thing, even if it is a little odd looking with the cutouts on her stomach. But hey, it's a little bit fantastical anime.
Yeah. Fucking anime ass designs.
Yeah, I'd be into it. I showed it earlier, but just to show. That's the full model. So dress plus pants. Like, the only slight criticism I'd give it is they seem to have vacuum sealed her tit.
There's that, and something about the tie is bothering me. Maybe it's too long.
Yeah, it's a little...
I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's a little long. You wouldn't have your tie go all the way down to your belt.
I think that might actually be lower than a normal belt is, too. Since it's, like, diagonal like that. I can't really tell.
Very nice. Happy sent me my first preliminary image of my avatar.
Oh, hell yeah. I like the coat, but it could do without that fucking sleeve zipper? Whatever the fuck that is. I don't know, it's just weird. There's too many zippers in the costumes of this. Like, Balor's zip-up suit jacket also bothers me a lot.
Alright, just checked with Cappy. They are fine with me showing it, so give me just a second.
Excellent.
In fact, I will go to the Be Right Back screen, just so we stop the recording. Or, we'll just pause the recording. Alright, and we're back.
Alright. I will look for the meme online while you do the narration stuff.
Alright.
Because I don't think my turn's coming up yet.
No, you're gonna be a while. I forgot how long it is before Beatrice actually shows up, and I'm paying for it by not making you do another
Bet.
character. I have been doing this, barring our break, for 4.5 hours. I'm having fun though. And we'll see how much of this we get through. I think we will do 6-hour streams just to give myself a stopping point, because otherwise I would just go until I drop where you drop.
Yeah, just searching Umineko Golden Land meme is not finding anything, and I can't really think of like how to refine that search.
Oh, wait.
Trash can.
Darn it. Well, anyway, you're the one looking up that. But I found the original meme format, but not the one specific to Umineko.
よせよ。バラは虫とか病気とか大変なんだぜ。
Give it up. Who do you think would take care of it? Roses are a real pain with bugs and diseases to worry about.
そうね。キリエ姉さんは毎日バラの手入れをしてて虫がつかないようにしてるそうよ。
Well, from what I've heard, Kiri takes care of her rose every day and makes sure no bugs get anywhere near it, right? So, also for your information, Cosmo, Kiri is Rudolph's here's second wife, and people very much imply that he must have been cheating on his first wife with her.
Eh? そうなのかよ。そんな話は知らないぜ。
What are you talking about?
そうなん
You
で
are
す
a。dense asshole.
この人の場合はバラの方から虫を求めていっちゃうから、どっちかというとたちの悪い食虫
I did
植物
not
って
need
と
that
ころね
mental image, Kyrie.
That's right, though in this person's case, the rose goes after the insects like some nasty carnivorous plant.
I did not need that mental image.
Oh, that's what you mean.
たく。ローザ、今日はそういう話は勘弁してくれよ。
Come on, Rosa, can't you give that a rest just for
も
today?
うそういうのはすっかり足を洗ったんだぜ。
Put that sort of thing completely behind me.
どうかしら。ルドルフ兄さんは遺伝子的レベルでだらしないですし。
I wonder, after all, you're a womanizer on an almost genetic level.
大丈夫よローザさん。
Ooh, your sister called you a fuckboy!
あんまりおいたするバラなら根元からちょんって切っちゃうから。
No need to worry, Rosa. When a rose gives you too much trouble, it's always best to snip it at the root.
物騒なお話ですね。
Such frightening talk this is.
モテる男はいつもリスクと隣り合わせなんや。
Guys who are popular with the ladies are always forced to live dangerous.
わしも来世じゃもうちょい美形に生まれたいもんやで。
I sure hope I turn out a bit prettier in my next life. Honestly, like, yeah, he's not the
Sort of average. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like stereotypical beauty, but honestly, like,
I know some people who like that.
yeah, like, I was his age. I'd think about
Is he
it.
like
is all
40
I'm
something?
saying.
He's like 40 something.
Yeah, he's got to be like in his 40s, I think. Do they actually list ages on here? I wasn't paying attention. No.
Doesn't look like it.
No.
It's Hideyoshi. Yeah. Hideyoshi.
And yeah, interesting point of order. He actually took his wife's last name. Not for any feminist reasons, but hey, a win's a win. Like, he definitely respects the fuck out of his wife.
It doesn't have a year for him for his birth. His birthday is November 25th, though. That's all I got.
Yeah. Yeah, we even have a family tree starting to develop here in this area. And yeah, Maria's father is absent from the picture.
Oh, I thought that was her dad.
No,
Oh no, that's
George's
Rosa's
dad.
husband, not Eva's. Yeah.
Yeah, that's Ava's husband, not.
Yeah, sorry, I'm misspeaking all over the place, but you got it. Well, Rosa at least is 35. And I think she's younger than Ava, right?
Yeah, she's younger than Ava. Yeah, she's the youngest. Then it's...
Holy shit, there's a 15-year gap.
Yeah. Yeah,
Ava's 50.
Yeah, because it's Rosa, Rudolph, Ava, or, well, I'm going backwards here, but Rosa, Rudolph, Ava, and then Kraus is the oldest.
Yeah.
And we've yet to actually see Kraus yet.
Shit.
Yoshi, like I keep saying, it isn't like that at all.
キリエも物騒な話なんかやめろい。
Yuri, stop it. You're freaking me out.
俺のバラがしおれちまったじゃねえか。
You've made my rose wilt.
I did not need to know that, Rudolph.
ほら、マリアちゃん、来てごらん。
Yeah, Maria, let's get you away from the penis metaphors.
こっちのバラは特に立派だよ。
Hey, Maria, look over here. These roses are especially magnificent.
バラが立派。
Magnificent roses.
Just distract the small child.
That distracts a small child.
かぐわしい匂いだぜ。俺のエレガントさにぴったりだな。
Smells pretty sweet. Look, this suits my elegance perfectly.
What
おい、よ
elegance?
せよ。
You're wearing a fucking zip-up jacket.
マリアが真似してトゲで怪我するだろ。
Hey, cut it out. Maria's gonna imitate you and get hurt by the thorns. He yelled at me as I leaned in to smell the rose's scent with an exaggerated gesture. I thought she was overreacting, but when I turned around, I saw Maria imitating my every gesture and George smiling broadly at us.
ほら、マリアちゃん、気をつけて。バラのトゲは痛いよ。
Hey now, Maria, be careful. Rose thorns can hurt.
ほー。ジョージお兄ちゃん、このバラだけ変。
George, only this roses.
変？
Strange?
どうしたんだよ。
What's wrong? Maria pointed at a single rose.
That's not good.
I immediately understood why she
Oh.
found it odd. In the midst of all these magnificent roses, one single rose was just starting to wilt. There wasn't any particular reason. Some roses flourish and others will. That's all there was to it, but Maria seemed very concerned about the only unhealthy one in the group.
Yay, more almonds. Yay.
Must have made her feel lonely.
このバラだけ
That's exactly what we needed, more almonds.
かわいそう
So you feel sad for this rose because it's the only one that isn't healthy?
ほう。他はみんな元気なのに、これだけかわいそう。
The others are all healthy, but this one's sad.
まあ、咲いたり枯れたりはそれぞれだからな。
Well, they all bloom and wither at their own pace.
一足先にしおれる代わりに、そのバラは他のどのバラよりも早く開花できたんだと思うぜ。
I'll bet this one's just starting to wilt early because it got to bloom before any of the others.
そうだよな。いっぱい咲いて、その役目を終えてお休みに入ったってだけのことだと思うぜ。
Yeah, that's right. It probably just bloomed like crazy, fulfilled its duty, and went to sleep.
そんなに気に病むことはねえさ。
Didn't get so worked up about it.
ほー。
Seemed that Maria's pure sensitive nature was making her feel some emotional pain for the rose that wilted alone. Almost like a kid that sticks out like a sore thumb as being more childish than her peers might feel a bit lonely.
Almost, huh?
Even though she understood the logic of it, it still felt lonely to her.
じゃあマリアちゃん。
And Maria?
帰るまでの間、このバラをお世話してあげるといいよ。
Maria, why don't you look after this rose until we leave? And yeah, exactly, Cosmo. Shouldn't get so worked up about it, they say to the Omen child.
Yay! Woo, more omens.
George straightened up and felt around in his pocket. And he took out the wrapper from the candy he had been sucking on the plane. Twisted it into his thin string, then gently tied it to the rose as a sort of marker.
へえ、なんだか可愛くなったね。
Hey, that's
これ
pretty
が
cute.
このバラの目印だよ。
Let's mark it with this.
後でお水とかをあげに来てごらん。
Later on, you can come and give it some water.
バラさんもきっと喜ぶと思うよ。
Sure, Mr. Rose will be happy. And yeah, like, this is specifically like a verbal tick that they point out multiple times. Rather than it just being cute anime speak. Yeah, George is relatively good with kids. I'm just concerned because he seems so happy for being in such a fucked up family.
Waiting for the other shoe to drop.
Exactly. Like, Maria is pure and amazing, and there is nothing wrong with her. George, though.
せっかくだから、このバラさんに何か名前をつけてあげるといいよ。
I think you should give Mr. Rose here a name.
そうすると、バラさんも喜ぶと思うし、マリアちゃんと心もきっと通い合うと思うよ。
I'm sure that'll make it happy and you'll get to know it a little better.
名
A name?
前名前
Name. Though she still wore her usual sullen face, Maria crossed her arms and began to consider this intently. At the very least, she appeared to have been completely pulled out of her slump.
Start with me, cat.
Nice going, George.
ジョージ兄さんって昔
That was not a gesture for you to come to me, Ember. Later. Rawr.
That's also fair, Cosmo.
Also, this is a horror mystery, so
Yeah, like, it's not quite the same as, like, real people.
yeah. If I met a real person like George, I'd be like, ah, yeah, just like a nice guy. But this is a story in a horror mystery, so it's sort of like, there's gonna be another shoe at some point.
George has
Oh,
always
dinner time
been
yet, cat?
really
尊敬する
understanding.
ぜ。
Can't help but respect him.
だな。人徳ってやつ
I
だ。
just hope the other shoe isn't too bad, you know?
後で爪の赤をもらってきてやるから、一緒に飲もうぜ。
Yeah, I guess he was just born that way. We've got to start picking up tips.
この庭園はお前が子供の頃にもこんなに立派だったんか？
This garden just as magnificent when you all were kids?
私が出てってからよ、こんなに立派になったのは。
Only after I stopped living here that it grew so big.
前の庭園の方が素朴で愛着があったんだけどね。
Before that, the garden was simpler, though I'm still attached to that one.
兄さんがちょっと悪趣味にいじりすぎたのよ。
Rouse fiddled with it too much with that vaguely bad taste of his.
前の方がずっと良かったんだから。
I liked it much better before.
エヴァ、ポジティブシンキングやで。
Eva, you gotta think positive.
昔は置いといて、今のこの美しさをめでなあかん。
Setting aside how it used to look, its beauty now is something to be admired.
その方が心が安らかになるで。
You'll be able to relax a lot better if you look at it that way.
別にそんな意味じゃ。
Didn't mean it like that.
ただ私は昔の方が素敵だった庭園をあなたにも見てほしかったなってだけよ。
I was just saying that I wanted you to see this garden the way it was before, too.
それでは皆様よろしいでしょうか。そろそろお部屋の方にご案内いたします。
That would be kind of difficult because Ava's 50, so when she was a kid, it wouldn't have been easy to get like good pictures of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Possible, but not easy. Especially to last long enough to now.
Yeah, for sure. Like, this already takes place in the 80s, so... No, even assuming that she
Like
left when she
1986, I think it
20,
was.
He said that it grew bigger only after she left. Even just assuming that she left when she was like 20 something. That's still like 30 years ago. Yoda called to everyone to ask if we were ready. Our hearts had been completely stolen away by the rose garden that none of us had for years yet. Since we weren't a travel group, it wasn't likely we had a strict schedule to follow. Besides, since our parents were visiting their old home full of nostalgia, it wasn't like they had to let themselves be urged on by anyone or anything. Understanding the situation, Goda continued to wait, smiling widely until our parents got tired of the roses and them to guide us to our...
Some boy. There you go.
Well? おーい
Get
カノン君やないか
Oh, hey, if it isn't Canon.
久しぶりやな元気か
It's been so long.
Fuck is
How are you
Canon?
doing? Uncle Hideyoshi suddenly shouted. Now, this is a servant that is wearing the family crest.
Yeah, I see that.
The direction he was waving was a slender boy. Meeting him right after a huge man like Goda probably emphasized his small stature. The boy was in the middle of transporting piled up gardening tools and the like in a wheelbarrow. When he realized he was being called to stop, he set down the wheelbarrow, sat off, and bowed his head.
こんにちは。
Good afternoon. Figured he was probably younger than me. I realized by the general atmosphere surrounding him that Rita sent response to Uncle Hideyoshi's call, but he seemed like he might be pretty unsocial most of the time. It was a greeting that lacked view. When Goda noticed that our interest had shifted towards him, he went to the boy's side and introduced him.
バトラ様、ご紹介いたします。
Butler, allow me to introduce you.
後宮本家にお仕えしております使用人の一人です。
This is one of the servants of the Ushiromiya head household.
カノンさん、お客様にご挨拶を。
Kanon, greet our guests.
はじめまして。
Pleased to meet you.
使用人の
I am the servant.
カノンです。
My first impression wasn't wrong. He seemed to be unsociable, or at least not good at talking.
Mood.
Yeah, that is definitely mood. Compared to Goda, who was extraordinarily polished as a servant. Couldn't help but feel an inexperience typical of his age. And Goda urged him in a whisper to give us a bit more of an introduction. The boy named Cannon only cast his eyes down.
カノンさん。
There we go. You good?
もう少し何か挨拶することはできませんか？
I was just taking a quick drink, so it didn't click right away.
Gotcha.
Cannon, you could perhaps give them a little more of a greeting?
いえ、僕たちは家具ですから。
No, they're furniture. This is a topic.
I remember you sending me a screenshot of stuff like this.
Yes, this is something that a number of different servants are going to repeat. Goda won't. I'm pretty sure. Didn't seem to be greeting. He didn't seem to be refusing to greet us out of spite. Seemed to have fallen silent because he didn't know what else to say to us in greeting.
カノン君は寡黙でさ、余計なおしゃべりはしない性分なんだよ。
Well, Cannon's shy and doesn't tend to talk much.
愛想は少し悪いけど、根はいい人なんだぜ。
Might not be that sociable, but deep down he's a really good.
誤解しないで。
Don't get him wrong.
ここに勤めて3年になるんだっけ？
Been working here for 3 years, haven't you?
確か、ゴーダさんより1年長いんだよな、カノン君。
Pretty sure you started a year before Goda, right?
Child labor.
Yeah, that's also a theme. Like, the Ushiromiya family is set up as modern-day aristocracy.
Yeah.
As far as their theming.
I can see that much at least.
Yeah, as far as their theming and...
Well, with having a whole ass fucking house crest.
Yeah, having a house crest that they're very invested in. The only thing is, they're not entirely engrossed in combat like you might expect. But that's because the battlefield of the modern world is capitalism. For the most part.
Then again, a shaped charge does a lot of damage if you put it in the right place.
I mean, for sure. Even though he wasn't exactly giving a terrible first impression, Jessica hurriedly backed him up. I see apparently his unsociable nature causes him trouble a lot.
そっか。よろしくな。俺はバトラ。18だけど、君はいくつだい？
Okay then, nice to meet you. I'm Battler. I'm 18. How old are you? One second. Oh yeah, the
Good
drinking
question.
age in Japan is 20.
He's a baby. He's a fucking baby.
Fell silent as though wondering whether or not it was a question he'd have to answer. Here again, Jessica plowed ahead.
確か私たちの2つ下だから16だったよな。
If I remember correctly, Cannon's 2 years younger than us, so 16, right?
はい。そうです。
Yes, that is correct. Looked like he would have preferred not to tell us his age if given this. That was probably because he thought we'd look down on him for it. Remember that when I was around his age, I hated being asked how old I was by adults. It's kind of the opposite of my experience. Just because, granted, family's full of assholes, but I remember being proud of growing older when I was a kid. Now I'm like, hey, slow down, please.
I hate to say it, but I actually agree with Battler this time.
Oh, really?
Fuck. Makes me a little sick to say that. Anyway. I'm still playing it up, but yeah, I hate Battler. Anyway, I did dislike being asked how old I was by people, generally because I have a lot of experience with people treating me as if I were unaware or imperceptive or ignorant because I was that age, you know. But now that's not really much of a problem. I'm fucking 28, but when I was 16, 17, yeah, that was an issue.
I see, 16, huh? That's gotta be a delicate time. Means I probably shouldn't have. Which means I probably asked something I shouldn't have.
Yeah, it happens a lot online too, Cosmo. Or it happened a lot anyway.
Oh yeah,
It was
absolutely.
like, you'd be like fucking 19 or 20 or whatever, and you'd like chime in on a conversation that was actually something that you had studied or that you actually genuinely knew a lot about and you wanted to offer some extra information. Then people would be like, I see by your post history that you are blah, 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 age. That means you don't know what you're talking about. You know,
yeah, like, it definitely happens online. But I was also kind of a sheltered kid that didn't get along with my peers, so really I was just telling family members. Most times. Or like...
I got the but you're too young for that a lot when I was a kid. It was like whenever my stress pain started when I was 15 or 16, people like literally laughed in my face about it. So.
Oh,
like very recently, I actually had a family member come by, and like I was having one of my chest pains, so I was rubbing my chest, and they were just like, "Oh, what's wrong with you?" and all that shit. And it's like, I've had stress-induced pains in my chest for like 12 years. How do you not know this by now? You still lived next to me when I was diagnosed. You saw me every day. Do you really pay that little attention? Like, come on.
Yeah.
気さくにバトラって呼んでくれよな。
I'm glad you're about our age. Be cool and call me Battler.
俺も君のことはカノンって呼ぶぜ。
I'll call you Canon.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
お気持ちだけで結構です。バトラ様。
Sentiment alone is sufficient. And see, in this situation, I have to do it or the sentence doesn't make sense. Jessica looked panicky for some reason. He seemed to think my impression of Canon was getting worse because of his review. Well, as a girl, Jessica probably couldn't understand the fretful male heart at this age. Yeah, also this family.
Misogyny.
Yeah, this family is full of, like, gender essentialism and misogyny, and some of it does get called out. A good chunk of it gets called out.
This is also, the 1980s in Japan, so.
Yeah, also that.
Among the ultra wealthy. So it's not anything that's not to be expected, but it's still misogyny.
Yeah, exactly.
Literal patriarchy.
Oh, it's even worse than most patriarchal families in history.
Oh, I know. I've already seen a little bit of Kenzo and how he works.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking bastard. Not a great person.
Yeah, we will get into that later. As his elder, even by just 2 years, I took it upon myself to be understanding.
カノンさん、もう少し愛想よくはできませんか。笑顔も使用人の義務ですよ。
Kanon, could you perhaps be a little bit more courteous? Smiling face is also part of the service.
申し訳ありません。努力します。
My apologies. I shall make an effort.
コーダさん、カノン君もいろいろ頑張ってるんですよ。
Koda, Kanon is trying his best, yes? It looked like he was often warned about being unsocial. And apparently he hadn't improved one bit. Koda kept his business smile, but let out a small sigh of resignation.
それではまだ仕事がありますので。
Well then, I still have work to do.
失礼します。
You'll excuse me. Seemed like Kanon himself was uncomfortable with remaining silent here any longer. After another perfunctory bow, he turned around and started pushing the wheelbarrow again. Just then, the wheelbarrow suddenly wobbled and fell, scattering the load. I guess the wheelbarrow's single wheel got caught on a pebble and lost its balance.
Or shit.
And yeah, thankfully, it does get called out. Like I've said before, Ryukishi07, the author, was a social worker in the past, and I think definitely gives them a good look into at least some of those things, like wealth inequality and a little bit with misogyny. Doesn't get everything perfect, but does a lot better than some of their contemporaries.
Can't really expect perfection from any one person, even someone that's like actively trying anyway. So it's fine.
何をしてるんですか。ささ、早く片付けて。
What do you think you're doing? Now, clean it up, quickly. Koda urged him to hurry in a quiet voice, as though hinting that it was shameful for a servant to appear clumsy in front of guests. You were just talking about perfection, Koda. I mean, it's not the
kind of
same
guess,
thing.
but not really. Why are you trying so hard to clean my arm, Ember?
Kanon effortlessly reloaded the wheelbarrow with the sound of the fallen objects, as if to say that he understood quite well without being told. Seemed to be fine with the light-looking gardening tools, shovels, and such, but he looked like he was having trouble getting his arms around and lifting up some of the sacks of fertilizer.
大丈夫かよ。そそっかしいな。ほら。
You okay? You're so careless. Here.
お嬢様、お召し物が汚れます。
Lady, you'll dirty your garments.
ここはお任せください。
Please leave this to us. With motion, Goda took the shovel Jessica had picked up. Behind him, Kanon having trouble with the sacks of fertilizer.
お召し物が汚れる？
Dirty your garments?
安心しろよ。俺が着てるのはそんなお上品なものじゃねえぜ。
Don't worry, the ones I'm wearing aren't that expensive.
それによ。俺はレストランで落ちたフォークをウェイトレスに拾わせるってやつが大嫌いなんだ。
Besides, I hate guys who just sit there and make the waitress pick up the fork they dropped at a restaurant.
Battler, you're giving me like psychic damage by making me agree with you multiple times in one scene. Please stop.
Yeah. Again, he has some amount of like class consciousness and like do not be a dick to servers. Granted, I've never seen someone do that. I'd be very upset if I did.
I don't think I have, but I have heard of it. But I also don't like go out to eat very often.
Yeah, that's also fair.
And that's on purpose.
Even before the pandemic, but definitely after.
Yeah, I just don't like going out to eat for the most part. So, like, I like eating restaurant food, but I don't want to like be in the restaurant, you know, because it's good food. But I don't want to like be in there.
Yeah, that's fair
with
enough.
People all around.
I like some places that just have the right kind of atmosphere to them, but it's really dependent. I lifted up the other bags that had fallen. Of course, they weren't light, but for me, it was a piece of cake.
Yeah, you fucking braggart.
Cannon looked at me surprised. Face of someone who never would have expected to receive help from a guest.
バトラ様、結構です。僕がすべてやりますので。
Butler-sama, don't worry about it. I'll take care of everything.
気にすんな。こう見えても鍛え方が違うぜ。
Don't you worry. I may not look it, but I've got it where it counts. Honestly, Battler, you do look it, because from every description of you, you're 5'11", 18 years old, and Japanese. On top of that, just, you know, making that height even more astronomical.
Yeah, and Cannon is like described as being slender and small.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming Battler just like towers over this poor bastard.
Exactly. Since Cannon looked like he hadn't yet gone through his growth spurt, he was stuck with a sort of weak body. This kind of weight might have been too much for him.
結構重いね。カノン君が苦労するのも無理はないよ。カノン君、気にしないで。
Quite heavy. It's natural that it would be difficult for you. Don't worry about it.
これぞ、俺の見せ場さ。これで、さっきの船の分はチャラだよな。
Okay, my time to shine. This makes up for the boat stuff from before, right? Oh yeah, and Battler has a phobia when it comes to airplanes and boats, it seems. Basically any vehicle that isn't on the ground and shakes, especially. Whether it's a phobia or trauma-caused phobia.
Put him on a fucking ATV. Have him ride through the woods.
この程度のことじゃ、さっきの大騒ぎが帳消しになるもんかよ。
If this could make up for freaking out like that.
カノン君にも後で教えてやるよ。バトラったら面白いんだぜ。
Later I'll tell you about it too, Cap. Battler was totally hilarious.
落ちる落ちる
Gonna fall.
Twist the knife, kid! Twist the knife!
As they did this, I piled all the stuff back into the wheelbarrow.
お見苦しいところをお見せして申し訳ございませんでした。
I beg your forgiveness for letting you witness such unsightliness.
ささもう結構ですよ。
Come now, that's
行っ
quite
てく
enough.
ださい。
Please go. Letting the guests who were supposed to feel welcome see such a display must have been hideously embarrassing for a servant. It doesn't have to be if you change the character, but the situation about it, the culture. That's the word.
There you go. Yeah. The workplace culture.
If I go to hurry up and go, Cannon left.
Yeah. I mean, I'm playing it up a little bit for the bit, but I do actually hate Battler, like, as a person. He's a very well written character, but I do hate him specifically for a lot of different reasons that will become very clear over time.
Yeah, like he's not a bad protagonist, but certain buttons are pushed. You're too harsh on him, Goda.
意地悪言わないで、あなたも手伝えばよかったんじゃない？
Couldn't you have helped him instead of being a bully? You're one to talk, Ava, but...
Also, Maria is very cute, and I want to teach her how to dig into people's weak spots because I'm evil.
誠に申し訳ございませんでした。
That was wrong of me. I deeply implore your forgiveness. Without even a twitch in his smile, Goda apologized to Elegant.
カノン君もところはぎょうさんあるんやで。ただ若いんかの。もったいないわ。
Kanon has a lot of things he's good at too. Just that being young works against him all the time. It's a crying shame. Yeah, almost like child labor isn't a good idea.
I'm also not sure, like, he's a cis man. Like, he keeps getting specifically called out. There's so much focus on him and his age and his size and all that, like, and like his lack of physical ability here. And I feel like that's going to be another, like, Chekhov's gun sort of deal, you know?
Yeah, we'll
like, there's either a secret with him to do with, like, his age or gender, or his relative weakness is going to come up at some point for something very plot important. I don't know which. Maybe both.
使用人は寡黙なくらいがちょうどいいさ。
Well, it's a prickly age. Let's just leave him be. After all, close-mouthed servants are the best kind. Fuck you, Rudolph.
I'm gonna kick you in the fucking grundle, Rudolph.
I'm glad that Captioner is picking me up saying fuck you, Rudolph.
Na, Kumasawa-san.
Isn't that right, Kumasawa?
Sadly, he did not pick up me telling him I'm gonna kick him in the grundle.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, there we go. That time. Go at that time. Excellent. Maybe I should stop insulting and threatening people when I have cookies in my mouth. That would totally help.
私ほど使用人で寡黙な者はおりませんとも。
Okay, so that was more a specific dig at Kumasawa, just because she is a bit of a talker and likes to tease people, but still, not cool. Rudolph, you truly are harsh. There is no servant assignment. Everyone smiled wryly at that obvious lie. And she herself didn't believe that, not in her wildest dreams. So she must have said it to lighten the mood. Yeah, that's the kind of character Kumasawa used to be. Once stiff atmosphere had cleared up at once thanks to her cheerful smile.
そろそろ荷物を置きたいわね。
I'd like to set down our luggage soon.
ゴダさん、部屋割りはどうなってるのかしら。
Goda, what rooms are we all going to take?
昨年と同じになっております。さあ、ご案内いたします。どうぞこちらへ。
I'll be the same as the previous year. Allow me to guide you, please, this way. We headed towards a trim, elegantly simple guest house. This was going to be our temporary quarters for the night. Cannon watched over a hedge as the guests all entered the guest house. and he let his eyes fall on those heavy sacks of fertilizer piled up in the wheel. In his mind, he kept going over his previous move. Battler, big and strong, had picked up the sacks in front of him. Sack's cannon fell as if feathered. It would be extremely difficult for an outside observer to guess what it was that Faber had. But as far as you could tell by watching him, he said something that he just couldn't let go of. Muttered words
An odd
escaped his lips.
break in the perspective.
Yeah, a little bit. But those words he murmured were so soft that they didn't reach even his own. I. And then hung his head, letting his... So what are you thinking? Wrap up here and then we'll pick up from here when we next stream?
We could, yeah. I
It's
don't know how save states or anything like that work in visual novels.
Oh, yep. 1 second. Anytime you like.
Okay, so at any point in the conversation. Cool.
Yep. And I figure this is we're entering the guest house. Good place to wrap up. So,
all right then.
Yeah, so thank you very much for joining us, everybody.